The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. It's not over till it's over at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia in Zagreb. Time pressure makes fools of novices and grandmasters alike, because in Blitz, the clock is the ultimate enemy. Despite some early stumblings, frontrunner Fabiano Caruana quickly righted the ship and cruised to a nearly insurmountable lead going into the final day. Several players are in hot pursuit of the leader, but one of his closest rivals remains his fellow American Wesley So, who hopes to continue his inspired play. Only 9 possible points remain on the table for each contender. Who will feast and who will go hungry? Day 5 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to the championship day here in Zagreb, Croatia at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz. It is the Fabiano Caruana show for the moment, but there's a pack of hungry wolves closely behind him. Who will come on top and finish on the podium? Let's go to the studio and find out.
It's been exciting, but now it all comes down to this. Can anyone catch our runaway leader? We'll find out as the last day starts right now. Hello and welcome. It's the last day of the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and for the last time,
Jovi.
It's going to be so much fun.
Absolutely.
Commentating the action alongside Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Evgenij Miroshnichenko.
Absolutely. It's been my great pleasure to be working with you both. Really a lot of fun. And yes, everyone, it is the last day of the Blitz, but thanks to an absolutely outstanding Rapids performance, Fabiano Caruana, our Grand Chess Tour champion, defending champion of the Grand Chess Tour, is far in the lead, thanks to also a very decent Blitz Day 1 for Fabi. He's way up there at the top.
Absolutely. Fabi's fate is in his own hands. As we can see here, he has a 4.5 point lead over his closest rivals, Wesley So, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave. But when it comes to the race for second, well, that one is open for anyone. Wesley So, 16.5 points. So does Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave. Alireza Firouzja is just half a point away with 16 points. And don't write off Nepomniachtchi, Levon, Aronian. They even have the slimmest chances to win the event if Fabi has a meltdown.
That's what it's going to take. Great fight for second. Tell us about the format for this Blitz final day.
Well, we already saw 9 incredible rounds yesterday. There's another 9 rounds to go today. It's 1 point for the win, half point for a draw, and a time control of 5 minutes plus 2 seconds guarantees all the action.
Absolutely. Very unlikely, but in case of a playoff scenario, what would it be?
Well, if 2 players are tied for first, then it's going to be a 2-game rapid match played at the time control of 8 minutes plus 3 seconds per move. And if it's still tied, Armageddon decides it all. Now, if it's a 3 or more players tied for first, we're going to have a Blitz round robin at a shorter time control of 5 minutes plus 2 seconds. And once again, Armageddon is going to decide things if things are still tied.
Very unlikely scenarios, to be sure. And Miro, for Fabi, this is really one of the biggest margins you have going into a final day.
Yeah, absolutely. The way you smile, yes, I understand you're very happy with your pick. And rightly so. Well, we all intuitively understand that Fabi's lead is quite substantial, but let's compare it with the previous editions of the same tournament and what margin of lead people had going to the last day. So in 2021, it was very crowded at the top of the standings. Right. So Nepo was leading the event with only half a point, and he didn't win. He even didn't make it to the podium. So MVL won the entire event, well, with brilliant performances, I may guess, in the last day of Blitz, and Nepo finished fourth. In 2022, one Magnus Carlsen was leading with 1.5 points. However, even he had some difficulties in the last day. So the whole event was won by Magnus Carlsen, but only by half a point. 2023, Magnus built quite a lead going to the last day. That's 3 points, and won the event by 3.5. That means very good Blitz performance last day.
Right.
And in 2024, Fabi's lead is overwhelming, 4.5 points, but there is still a scenario where he doesn't win the event. So he has to be careful, he has to play well.
Yeah, just avoiding the epic meltdown, as Jovi was saying. It's my pleasure to introduce our broadcasting team in Zagreb, Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back, chess fans, to the final day here in Zagreb, Croatia. What an amazing event it has been so far. But I have to say, it's Fabiano Caruana who's in the lead with authority right now.
He is.
Absolutely. But tell us a little bit about what we can expect in today's rounds. The fight for the podium is still heating up.
Yes, so we have this fight for the podium, and if you remember, Cristian, last time in Romania, I was trying to check what kind of scenarios we can have if we are going to have a playoff, and we had in Romania, but here I don't really see this possibility. I mean, Fabi should be really insane and start losing everything, you know, in order to have a playoff at the end of this day. And I think it's a good idea to have a look and find out who was good in Blitz yesterday. So let's check the standings. Look, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was the one actually who scored most of the points, 6.5.
Fabiano with 6 points also.
So he was on the second place.
For second,
yes,
with Alireza.
Second, when your dark horse Alireza Firouzja really did well. Second place, 6 points.
And I have to say, Nepomniachtchi, that's misleading 4.5 because he in fact lost the last 3 games. So he was definitely on a roll. If he would have scored a positive result in those last 3 games, he would have been there with the contenders.
And Wesley So, who is actually in the second place right now, he didn't do well in Blitz as well. 4.5 points, 50% yesterday. So he needs to do well today in order to, you know, to try to fight for the podium, for the third place, second and third place.
Absolutely, and so I have to say, Miro was showing us those situations, but we've seen a recent one in Poland where Magnus, well, was trailing by 2.5 points, Wei, and he managed to catch up with him and in fact win that tournament. Take a look at that. This happened only a few months ago. You were there, I was there as well.
Poland.
And Magnus was not very confident going into the last round. We've heard Wesley yesterday, he was saying, I need to put sleeping pills into Fabiano's drink, but anything can still happen, guys. There's a lot of exciting chess coming your way, and the fight for podium is definitely still on. Guys, for the moment, back to you in St. Louis. We'll be here.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Cristian. Jovi, that was funny.
Sleeping pills in the drink. I know. Let's see whether Wesley has been up to some devious tricks as we take a look at the pairings for round 10. And there we see Nepomniachtchi against Fabiano Caruana. That's going to be our marquee matchup for sure. Levon Aronian plays white against Gukesh. Anish Giri has white against Vidit Gujrathi. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave currently tied for second. He has the white pieces against Saric. And Alireza Firouzja plays against Wesley So. That's going to be our backup because that one is also going to be guaranteed excitement.
Awesome. The fighting hard for maybe second, third places because the prize fund. So
I know there's a lot of money in the pot. So take a look at this. Oh,
oops.
Well, there we see Fabiano.
Is he sitting down, getting ready for action? But
and here comes the money. It's first place nets $40,000, second $30,000, third $25,000. Points mean prizes.
Absolutely, and of course Grand Chess Tour points as well. Thank you, SuperUnited, for the generous sponsorship as we're getting ready for this round 10. And Nepo in the house, as he's got to come back from that drubbing, that 3 losses at the end. He just, it felt like he checked out of the tournament. Something got him angry. And
it just felt like he was jinxed because those 3 games that he lost, in fact, they could have turned on a whisker. I mean, he lost to Wesley on time when he was about to checkmate.
Exactly. So a lot for him to prove, and for Fabi. boy, he would sure like to get out of this game with a score.
Yeah.
A draw would be absolutely fantastic.
Because yesterday, their game in fact started with Jan convincingly beating him with the black pieces.
It was one-sided battle indeed. So we're listening to some public announcements from...
And we have some first moves coming our way. Let's have a look at who the first honoured guest is.
It is the last day. I'm sure a lot of people would like to make that.
First ceremonial move.
Exactly.
And here we see Valent Sinkovic. He is a Croatian rower.
Well, with the Paris Olympics.
A4.
Oh, not bad.
A4. Wait a minute. Go back to rowing. Just a second.
And there we see Nepo. Take that move back. It ain't happening today.
Right. Kordakovsky, Executive Director.
And the president of the Kasparov Foundation. Making the first move for Levon Aronian. Is he also going to go for A4? No. More conventional tries. E4.
Right.
Here we have Natko Zvincic Dim, the Croatian World Cup skier.
He's going to take a
He's
seat.
going to take a seat.
Why not?
He replaces Giri.
Nice.
Smile there from Vidit.
Nice.
And here we see Marin Marsic, the chairman of the organizing committee for this event, playing E4.
Not just the man behind.
And the handshake to Ivan Saric.
As MDL.
Here we have Gunnar Bjornsson, the deputy president of the European Chess Union.
As well as the Icelandic Chess Federation
Making
president.
the first move for Alireza. Such an important game for Alireza. Sets the tone for what day two is going to be like. And for sure, Alireza. A4 played.
Good choice by Wesley.
You've got to back it up with Rook A3.
Absolutely.
And then you're rolling.
Right. Cooking with that. As we are getting ready for the start of round 10, I want to just say once again, it's just been so much fun calling all the action with you and Miro. And our ceremonial first move by Anish Giri will now be made. And the blitz yesterday, boy, wasn't that just... It was
electrifying.
It really, truly was.
And there we can see the
Whoa.
payoff. And this is the center game.
Yes, it's been ages since I've seen this. Back in Seattle, we had a player, chess master Michael Spiegel, who liked to play this, as it was so rare that nobody really knew the theory. And he would actually get really powerful attacking positions. People didn't play rook e8, and that's like a key move.
Oh, rook e8,
Yeah.
sure enough, appears on the board.
Other people would be playing d7, d6, and after bishop c4, white would be getting a pretty nice attack. Now, bishop c4 is not supposed to be good in this moment because of the pressure on the e-pawn. Now, of course, Jan, you know, he wow, t7, d6, maybe transposing into a line that Michael Spiegel would play, because I always thought that it was bishop takes e3 and knight takes e4 was the problem with this move order.
Yeah.
Knight f3, it's a challenging challenge. And Fabi says, no, I don't want to have anything to do with this. I'm not going to go after the e-pawn.
And knight g5 attacking the rook. Rook moves back.
All part of...
It's all part of the playbook, except a3, only been seen once before. The main move was actually f3 because there was too much pressure against the e4 pawn. So now h6.
We knew there had to be something behind.
The fireworks have begun.
Exactly.
H4.
And look,
exclam.
the computer approves big time. Double exclam. Well, we don't even have to ask in that case. H takes G would be a disaster. H takes G, and we're just going to say the open H file with the queen swinging across to H3 would be over. Fabi's not going to touch that knight, but then the question is how to continue with his development. Queen E7?
I think he has to do. He has to work in the center because he's just so slow on the queen side.
Yeah, B5
and
is just...
You feel like F3, G4 is also coming.
Right.
Okay, A5.
Check it out. He is saying, I don't believe in your attack. I'm going to go B5, B4, counter myself. So he started with the move A5. Whoa. This is spicy.
And F4 was the response, throwing down the gauntlet.
Okay, there was a reason I wanted to play Queen E7. I didn't get to explain that the queen vis-a-vis the D file, there is this hanging threat, I want to put it like that, of E5. And look at this, Queen E7. So now we built up to the key moment. We have to see the follow-up from white. We're not taking the knight, but black is thinking about taking the pawn. What to play?
If you take the pawn, then there's going to be pressure against that knight. And, well, it's also white to play.
Exactly.
And maybe move the queen out of dodge. We've been told Queen G3 is a move that the crew approves of.
Okay, I was thinking rook on D1 to E1 just to cover, protect the pawn, but Queen G3. Sorry. Knight takes E4 in this case.
And Queen G3 played.
Knight takes E4 and Queen takes G7 checkmate. So that's a tactical way of defending the e-pawn.
Right, and I feel like here, black just has to initiate that chaos button and go B5.
Right.
Because otherwise you're just waiting for white to continuously build their attack.
Exactly. So you...
Is anything dastardly going to happen in the center?
Probably.
I'm just looking at E5, I'm thinking, ooh, scary times.
Yeah, you always think that you've got these nice defensive reactions as well with knight H5. Not in this moment. I think it's now or never. I think you throw down the gauntlet, but this is why the novelty in chess is so important, and it's so important in Blitz.
Look at that. The players are laughing. It was a peaceful result between Anish, Giri and Vidit.
That happened fast. Rook on A8 to D8. Well, it took Fabi a while to convince himself not to play the move B5. I thought the move A5 was a prelude to B5, followed by B4, and white can do his worst. Nope, rook on A8 to D8. And this has stopped
Well, stopped the ideas of going E5, which was something that made me a bit concerned. But now, how to build the attack for white? Rook D, E1? Keep it going?
I don't know. At a certain moment, you know, you've got to...
I think rook D, E1.
Rook D, E1. Okay, that was the move I had wanted earlier. Rook D, E1.
King B1.
King B1.
A little bit slow.
True, but at the moment, it's sort of like this tension on the king side you can't take, because, again, that's the open H-file attack. And here it comes, B5. But then I have to ask myself, why did Fabi not leave his rook on d8 and play b5? Rook on a8, sorry.
Oh, there we see the response.
And
Very
it was a
quick
fast
trade for bishop versus knight and rook d5, targeting the pawn on b5. You can't let that one fall. Is rook f5 a massive threat?
I think so.
Oh.
I think you have to go rook to...
Knight e7.
yeah, you have to stop rook to f5, I'm sorry. Rook
Because
f5.
rook takes f7 is a big threat there.
It is. It's huge.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So rook to d5, knight to e7, we take a pawn. Do we take a pawn or we play e5? I'm not too sure. So I think you have to play knight e7.
Wait 1 second. Once the knight transfers over to e7, okay, it's gone to d4.
Okay, that's a bit of a surprise, but it does defend b5. It does defend the b pawn.
And you're threatening potentials knight d2. Sorry, knight e2 followed by capture on f4. Because if you can swap off queens,
Yes.
you're laughing.
Okay, but there's queen to d3. So again, I think this knight is simply verboten, untouchable, do not play. c5, okay.
e5.
Oh, whoa, 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 alert, queen h7, alert, alert, queen h7 check. There's a reason we didn't want to have our king on c1, but on b1, and e5, that looks like a huge, is that just winning?
Queen h7, if we're calm about it, it's
Who's
not
calm?
checkmate. Well, I'm not calm, but we've got to be, right? Because queen h7, you do have a hiding place on f8, but queen
Look how
g6.
queen g6,
E6.
instantly e6.
The e6.
What a move.
But my evaluation bar is screaming that it's a blunder.
Oh no, really?
You can take the knight.
Oh no. You're absolutely right. Now, and for the
F5.
first time, you can take the knight. There's no checkmate down the h-file anymore. Oh my gosh, he just blundered a piece.
Yeah, that
His
knight
preparation was great.
on
But
g5 was, and 17 seconds for Fabi, and the position is still sharp. Black's king is unsafe.
wow, what a turnaround, though. What a blunder. Queen h6 stops the highly desirable h4 takes g5 because of the pin. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
e6 was
And
a terrible
C3,
move.
yeah. And played so quickly by Jan.
Yes.
There we can see the capture of pawns.
And that's it. It's over.
Well, it's not over until the position is over. And even then, you know,
Knight takes
Fabi
C6.
only 18 seconds on the clock. With that 2-second increment, we have seen massive swings before. And there we see g3 being played to prevent the knight jumping to f4.
Right?
Queen h7. Okay,
That
that looks like
a clincher. Because you're trying to
F5.
force the trade of rooks.
And well, Nepo's saying no. Let's keep the game alive. Let's play on the clock.
Queen takes f5 as a check now. And now g4, just to keep the king safe.
Yeah.
g5, g4. That's queen
Capturing
takes
on
e5.
a5.
Rook to f8.
Fabi himself said that he has a weakness for dropping rooks.
Yes.
It was under fire, but he calmly moved it to f8.
Now we have
And
knight
now-
e2.
Yeah, now it's just going to be a case of pushing the g-pawn.
Queen to f2 to defend the knight and to attack the rook.
There's no checks, there's no nothing in the position.
Nope.
The g-pawn is just going to accelerate to the promotion square on g1. There you go.
Here. That's it. Wow. Great preparation, but when the crucial moment occurred... when
He
the
rushed it.
He rushed.
Jan blew it.
He did.
In the space of like a 2-second, there was just a spot of miscalculation.
There he
And a
goes.
smile there from Jan.
Let's just go quickly to our backup game. That would be between
Alireza
Alireza
against
and
Wesley So.
And again, the fight for second is intense. MVL also playing against Saric. That's a huge game for the standings. As my first impression is, wait a minute, that is an extra pawn, right?
It's a
Or is it a
massive pawn on
piece?
a6.
No, there's two bishops. knight,
No.
two knights. So it's just an extra pawn.
It's a fantastic pawn. But I tell you what, Alireza only got 11 seconds on the clock. Wesley So down to 50 seconds.
Row. But that's also not only a great pass pawn, but a dominating bishop on d5 that shuts down the d-file and supports the rook and attacks the king.
And again, just to keep you updated on the result, Levon Aronian beat Gukesh. Gukesh having a really tough time in the blitz.
He has struggled, no question about
Rook
it.
B8.
Rook b8. Is it time for knight c4?
Yep.
You bet. Just
preventing any penetration into the second rank. Oh, but, you know, Wesley being crafty, relocating the knight to d4.
that was a great move, by the way, because I felt that knight was dominating. The bishop was dominating and bringing the knight. Queen c4. Clock times again. It's not.
Massive factor.
Wow.
Alireza, 7 seconds. Wesley now ticking under 20 seconds.
Okay. Who will keep their nerves best? Somehow black is resisting very well here.
Yeah, we see a trade of queens, and now the knight has mobilized.
Okay, there's no trickies
Rook
with knight
A2.
e2. But rook a2, you put your rook under fire to the bishop on d5. So I wouldn't.
Rook b4, you can go rook a1. King h2.
And now they're definitely speeding up their moves.
Whoa.
I like the bishop on.
Now the rook comes to c7, and that's it.
Oh my goodness. Wesley collapsed at the very end. An important victory for Alireza. Is that the end of the round? The applause indicates to me that it is.
It is the end of the round.
Wow.
Dream start for Fabiano. Winning with the black pieces.
Oh, yeah. No, that was
against
just-
a very dangerous Jan.
And the prep as well. Miro, what caught your eye in this?
Well, all the games were quite exciting, and the one I kept the eye on was Levon against Gukesh. While maybe not so important for the top of the standings, it's a proof that sometimes even in blitz you can play a very high quality game, and that's what Levon has done. So this position, we've seen it recently, even at the candidates level, right? And I think that's what has happened in the candidates. Knight to e4, and previously Queen c7 was played. So Gukesh, in fact, comes with the novelty, Queen d3, and he was playing very, very fast. All the following sequence, a Queen to c2 intending to trade the queens, where black immediately solves all the problems. Bishop d2, e6, rook to c1, white sacrifices the pawn on b2, goes queen e5, activates the queen. After f6, which was, by the way, played very fast by Gukesh, check, g6, here, here, here. All that prepared, and then it took Gukesh to make one somewhat silly move, and it looks okay. King f7, you want to add it out, just go with the king to g7 or something. Apparently bishop d7, when he checks his files, he will find out that bishop d7 was written, king f7, rook f to c1, and it turns out that white is all of a sudden just winning, because rook c7 is a threat, or rook d5, rook c7. After queen b6, Levon comes up with a huge move, g4, wants g5, and then attack on the dark squares. So queen d8, g5, and it's just, well, destroy. Destroy is the word here. Queen h4, b6, and it only gives white new squares to attack. Rook f6, knight e5 is coming, and that's exactly what happened. Rook takes f6, sacrifice, knight takes, knight to e5. And doesn't matter where you go, king g7 you lose like this, and then rook comes to c7. So instead, king e6, queen h3, king e7, g takes, king takes, check on c6, bishop b4. So all white pieces, so that's a remarkable position. All white pieces taking part in the attack, and then all black pieces, but not the king, are on initial squares. Well, Gukesh resigned a view of king e8, rook e6, And ironically, queen e6 is also made by force. No one goes queen e6, but it does checkmate the black king. So remarkable game by Levon. And
absolutely brutal there from
Beautiful
Levon.
game.
And let's
Thank you,
take a
Mira.
look at the standings after that incredible round. Fabiano Caruana, with that win, moves to 22 points, maintaining his 4.5-point lead over Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's now in sole second with 17.5 points. Alireza Firouzja is keeping toe-to-toe with Maxime as he's on 17 points. Wesley So, 16.5 points. And Levon Aronian moving up to 15.5 points. Well, let's go across the pond over to Anastasiya and Cristian so they can tell us what caught their eyes.
Very important victories for those three players. Of course, Fabiano right now, with each passing round, he gets closer and closer to the title and closer to the record as well. Which game were you following, Anastasia?
I was checking the game between Anish, Giri and Vidit. I must tell you, not so much happened. Only the action was just before the game when Anish was running to his board because he was late, and I know that he had this big run, and then on the stage he just calmed down a little bit, you know, because he saw that the games haven't started yet. But because some distinguished guests, they made first symbolic moves, and his guest, he even sit down on his chair to make the move against Vidit. So nothing much happened in that game. Probably Anish was not in this kind of mood to fight. He just came after run. And so there was a kind of boring, let's say, Berlin, which ended up in a lot of exchanges.
A grandmaster draw.
A grandmaster draw,
If you
yes.
might call it that way,
I
right?
can call it this way, exactly. Like everything was left the board, all the pieces, and they ended up in the pawn ending, which eventually finished in a draw.
Absolutely, not much has happened in that one. MVL knew exactly that he needs to win this one, especially against Ivan Saric, the local hero here, but one of the lower rated players in the event, if he wanted to maintain the pace or at least, you know, fight for the podium, which he definitely wants to do. He chose this line in the Najdorf. Ivan was using the Najdorf against the Najdorf master, MVL. Probably the best Najdorf player in the world. Bishop to e6, rook to e1, a4, and the plans in this position are quite simple. White is going to put the bishop on f3, as we will see in just a second, to try to control the push d5 in the center for black. What black is going to try to do is going to try to create something on the queen side. Because you simply don't like to be squeezed out by this pawn on a5, this grip on the dark square. So you have to go b5 at the right moment. The problem with b5 is that you're also creating a weakness, the pawn on a6, right? So that's what I'm going to try to attack. Now I'm going to focus my attention to try to capture the pawn on a6. In the meantime, you're going to have, once I move this bishop from f3 potentially to e2, you're going to have the opportunity to go d5 and try to strike in the center. Let's see what happens. Knight to c4, queen to e1, bishop to d8. You see the pawn is on a5 right now, well protected. And I have to say, I'm looking at the position and I'm starting to like black.
Yes,
right?
I think Ivan did everything he wanted. At the end, he achieved everything. Yes, d5 was on the board.
Exactly, and he doesn't have any problems with this pawn on a5, while white has some problems with the pawn on b2. So at this point, I was thinking Ivan has great chances to maybe even do an upset in this game. Bishop to b6, knight to d5, but now the knight finally planted nicely on d5. And an intriguing moment right now. Knight to e7, you could have taken the exchange.
Ah, yes, but
the problem is...
see what you are talking
there's
about.
also
Some queen
g3.
Yes,
and
yes. Yeah, I don't know if it's like after king f1, maybe some
You're
checkmate
not
ideas.
checkmating me yet, but
yeah,
I would
you don't
just
want to
simply
play
take
this
on c8.
position, yes, with white pieces, yes.
It's a weak king, you don't want this.
Yes.
You absolutely do not want this. So let's see what happened. We got into this position, and I thought that the players are just simply going to agree to a draw.
Yes.
But in fact, Maxime tried to win this one, and he managed to do so. Take a look at this. Queen to c1, because he does have the only trump in the position, the pawn on c4. King to f4, queen to f1, and the king comes. So dangerous, this
Since
queen
he managed
endgames.
to bring his king to the center, now this king will help this pawn to move forward, right?
Exactly, and there's only one square to defend the pawn on f5, that is queen to h5, and in fact, Ivan decided to resign because after c6, there's
what can you
no
do?
way
How
to
do you
move.
stop? Yes, this pawn.
You can go to h3 to continue defending this. I just simply push the king on e5.
The problem is, yes, if you move the queen anywhere, it's not only the pawn, it's a checkmate.
It's a mate.
Yes, it's a mate.
It's a mate. You're completely stuck.
Yes.
It's such a funny position.
That's crazy. Yes. You know, I met Maxime on my way here, and I told him, okay, good job. Yesterday you won the Blitz portion of the tournament first day. And he said, it doesn't matter, you know. Like it's,
He probably didn't even know.
Yeah, maybe. But now, actually, he, I think, noticed. But he thinks that it doesn't matter, you know. For the moment, Fabi is still dominating. So we'll see. But still something, you know. It shows that he's in a good shape.
Absolutely. Guys, back to you in the studio, and we'll be here to give you the insights after the next round.
Thank you, Anastasia and Christian. After an eventful round 1, or 10, I should say, standings.
Standings. Let's check them out. Fabiano Caruana.
Big
Big lead, and he's inching ever closer to 27, which is the score to beat if he wants to break Grand Chess Tour records. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is there with 17.5 points. Alireza is there with 17 points. Wesley So just half a point behind Alireza. So the massive fight there for second place, and we're going to keep an eye on that one, of course. So let's take a look at the pairings for round 11. Alireza Firouzja plays Nepomniachtchi, who seems to be on tilt at the minute. Can he break that? We'll find out. Wesley So has white against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Huge game.
Huge. Saric plays Anish. Giri. Vidit Gujrathi plays Levon Aronian. Gukesh plays white against Fabiano Caruana. Can Gukesh try to play the role of spoiler? We'll find out, because that's our marquee matchup.
Absolutely. And our AI has picked a winner, hasn't it?
Yes, indeed. It has been very fickle. It decided at the start that Firouzja was the favorite.
Big time.
But now, after Fabiano Caruana's storming performance, it has it at 88% chance to win. Alireza still there with a 5.2 chance, MVL 3.2 chance as well.
Wow. Miro, I was very impressed by Nepo's preparation. He prepared everything. He blitzed to this position. He played the move e5 with Ilan, threatening queen h7 mate, queen g6, and he promptly blundered a piece.
Sometimes that's what you do when you're on tilt,
right?
Because Gukesh, the game I've shown, well, it was pretty much something very similar, because even though it looked like Levon played a flawless game, all of that, all the, you know, the sharpness was initiated by Gukesh.
Right.
So he went with a novelty and
bang, bang, bang.
blitz, one move wrong.
And that was
So Nepo's clearly on tilt.
Right.
Let's face it.
Four
It's
losses
4 in a
in a
row.
row.
And if at the beginning of this tournament we were talking about him breaking the draw streak, like he had like 15 draws or something.
Yes.
Now we are talking about a much more dangerous streak.
Yeah, losing streak.
Which he shouldn't continue, really.
Wow. Well, we've reached that show. We're going to sneak in as quick a break as we can. And that means we're going to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what's on special. Well, here you go. Experience the ultimate chess fan accessory with the official 2024 Grand Chess Tour green crossbody bag. Show your support for the legendary tournament with its iconic logo and durable 100% polyester material. Stay stylish and organized at your next competition or event. Own a piece of history and get yours now. All your shopping needs are available at Q Chess Shopping Needs, available at QBoutique, STL.com. And we're not going to go on break.
No, we're
It's just
not
that I'm
gonna
used
go.
to it.
Yes, we are used to that. But I can add one thing.
Yes, please.
Their stuff is incredible.
Yeah.
Like, the quality is insane. And you look very stylish as well, supporting these chess players. And here you go.
Play your moves with confidence,
Everyone is
right?
getting ready.
For round 11.
Round 11, Yasser.
Yes.
What do you think?
Well, I just think that Fabiano is living the dream. I mean, he got surprised and he responded extremely well, and then he was rewarded with a victory.
Yes, he was.
Wow.
I mean, he handled the opening very, very well. You know, he wasn't surprised. He did everything he was supposed to do. It was looking very scary with Jan's pawns coming towards his king. But now both players have to reset. This
Exactly.
time Gukesh, the young Gukesh, 18 years old, World Championship challenger, plays white against Fabiano Caruana. Now, Gukesh really struggled yesterday. Only got 2.5 points from 9 in the Blitz.
In fact, this GCT Tour event in Zagreb has really not been good for him. He's had moments where he's really played very well, and as we've just seen, sometimes a single move can just ruin, a beautifully played game.
We've also seen that he tends to play very, very well, and then time trouble hits, and at some point there will be a big blunder.
Exactly.
But for Fabiano, it's just now about being as calm and steady as possible. He can literally draw the remaining rounds and
without pleasure.
coast to victory.
Yeah.
And look at this crowd. Wow, we have a jam-packed hall in there.
Yeah, I thought it was a game for football, super football game, as we have the Euro finals and the American Cup finals. But no, it's about the chess.
It is about the chess.
And look at this, G3.
Yeah. You can forget the Euro Cup final. You can forget Wimbledon. The action is here. And look, the surprises have already begun, Yasser.
G3 on move 2.
Yeah.
On move 3.
1,
2, 3. Yes.
And we used to call this one the Gleck variation. But this was with the knight coming to C3. So G6 played. Bishop G2. G6 is a very solid approach. I used to be very happy when I used to face this, because then it would just continue with the standard plan and say, hey, got a little bit extra space. No, but this is a difference. C4.
Okay, I played the English my whole career, and whenever I was playing this, what we would call the Bodvinnik pawn triangle, C4, D3, E4, the knight, I would always put it on the E2 square. So I would put my knight on C3 and the knight on E2 because I wanted to play the move F to F4. Conversely, knight is on E7, and this allows Fabi to play the move F7, F5, which is a really nice way of counterattacking in the center. And I've always felt that gives black excellent position and an easy equality. A7, A5. It's very often that white is looking to put his queenside in motion with the move B2, B4. So the move A5 is a kind of a preventative, and I like that move as well. Players have played very quickly, but I think it was the move G3 that just caused Fabi to use some time.
G5 there from Fabi.
He's looking for an opportunity of playing F4 and getting a kingside wedge.
Kingside, but again, I like the fact that Gukesh has not paused. He's on 4 minutes and 47 seconds, which means he's entirely in his preparation. Bishop takes F5.
Exactly. Queen D7, hitting the pawn on H3, is on black's agenda. Now here, the problem from white's point of view is, once again, the knight is just a little bit on the wrong square. You would love to have it on D2 so it could swing to E4, or on E2 so it could swing to C3. So I'm imagining that you're going to play King H7, and then you're going to figure out your final scheme of development. And also a question, should he take on E7 or not? Knight takes E7 and bishop E3.
There's another option is just to go knight to E3.
Knight to E3, the bishop would likely drop back. I don't want to see you taking my bishop.
Right.
I want to preserve it so I can attack on H3.
Because the thing is, as white, I'm looking at moving the knight from F3, as you indicated, but I don't want to go the knight E1, knight C2, do this dance, because I'd much rather have the knight on E3, where it can eyeball the king side, still keep control of D5, and somehow I want this knight on D2.
Yeah.
Go knight E4.
Agreed.
But then there are consequences.
Agreed.
It's very tense position. I feel like this is a lot easier to play as black.
True that. By the way,
Bishop
is that a pawn sacrifice? I'm looking at knight B4.
Knight B4. Indeed, played.
And he is suggesting, wait a minute, what have you done? Gukesh, what have you done? I'm threatening pawns on, by the way, let me add one further pawn. A2,
now
D3,
it's time
and
to
D5.
roll the dice.
With?
I don't know yet.
You just like rolling the dice.
Okay, well, your options on knight e1. I don't like that move.
Rolling the dice.
That is like rolling the dice very timidly. Knight e1 and then go, okay, now hit h4. Seizing the defensive. Losing a pawn in the process. But yeah,
okay,
well,
h4.
Gukesh is burning the bridges. h4.
Okay, he is inviting bishop takes d3, h takes g5, e4. It suddenly got very, very sharp. Now, of course, Fabi can just play the move g4, knight h2.
And also set up a pin with bishop g4. Your favorite thing.
Bishop g. That would annoy me. The move bishop g4 would annoy me a lot.
About your play. You don't like pins.
I hate them. I hate being... No, conversely, I love pinning my opponent. I hate it when my opponent pins me, but you're right. The move bishop g4 would be very concerning. In fact, I think I'm a favorite to lose a piece in that case.
Because the next move is queen f6.
Correct. So bishop g4 could be the refutation.
Oh, then we'd have to calculate. Maybe we can, whilst Fabi is thinking, maybe we can put bishop g4 on the board and see what happens after h takes g5.
H takes g5. I want to play queen f6.
He's played bishop
He's played
g4.
bishop g4.
And indeed, well, we don't have to analyze too much. The players are showing us.
A3. Instantly knight a6. Because in Fabi's mind, he's playing queen f6, and he's taking this knight. Pin pieces, whenever you pin your opponent's piece, then the idea is to pile on pressure.
I don't see a way to save the knight.
I don't either. That was why the move bishop g4 was so strong.
Well, we can try bishop takes g5, but that's not going to work because of bishop takes
f3.
Knight.
Correct. Bishop takes g5, bishop takes f3. The end of all of the captures, it's an extra piece. And Gukesh is looking, because he played it very, very quickly up until the moment he played bishop e3. Fabi had taken his time, was behind on the clock, and then suddenly came h4. And that was just a bad move because of...
Bishop g4 allowing the pin. Rook e1 played.
Right. Queen f6, that's an automatic.
Yep. Win that knight.
Win the knight.
Queen f6 played.
And you've got no choice now. You have to take the pawn on g5, otherwise you just resign.
And queen f5 was the response, maintaining the pin. Bishop takes knight is now on tap.
Exactly. Bishop takes f3, queen takes g5, queen takes f3.
You can't move the knight because of the pin. And also queen takes f2. It's going to be dangerous as well. And why not take the queen? Yes.
Taking with the pawn with check is probably pretty good. The queen f5, that looks like it. Yeah, I mean, nothing to be done. You can play rook e3 defending the knight, but the problem is...
There's a disaster there for Gukesh.
Yeah, he actually did find a trick that I didn't see, bishop e7. So he did get, he has gotten in a...
Right, but there's still rook e7.
That is true.
Sorry, rook f7.
Which was played actually pretty quickly and good enough.
Again, you cannot break the pin.
Exactly.
I mean, can you do... No, you can't even... Because of the joke that I mentioned, knight h4, queen takes f2.
Right, knight h4. Hoping to trade queen somehow, but queen takes f2. Rook e3.
Rook e3.
And now, the worst of the worst is we're actually losing the bishop. Rook takes e7, and we're still in this pin. I guess we do, in this case, have the move knight h4.
Although, I would be tempted not to take the bishop.
Really?
That's still free lunch, as I'm afraid. But bishop h6.
Wow. Greed, man's noblest
Two pieces when you can attack three, Yasser.
I believe in captures. I don't believe in attacks. I believe in the captures. Why attack when you can capture?
And
bishop h6.
1 seconds.
That is nasty as well, of course. Maybe
Yeah.
that is even the absolute strongest move.
And now 30 seconds for Gukesh. But it's all just gone horribly, horribly wrong.
Right.
Nothing to do. Rook E4.
Okay, that we can happily capture. Rook E4, we can happily capture
One
a piece.
piece gone.
Check. Well, it is what we would call a spike check, isn't it? Takes, takes.
Yeah.
Rook F7.
Now he can capture on D3. There is some danger, right? So if you get too greedy, you can go rook takes D3. White will sneak over the rook to H1
sure.
and start saying,
You don't
hey.
want that playground. No, no, no. But rook to F7, conversely, is going to force trades. Rook to F7.
Rook to F7, you still have rook H1 in the air. Rook
Correct.
F7 played. I like this move.
Bishop G5.
Bishop G5 setting
rook,
up.
Rook G8, perhaps?
Yes. I'm just wondering, bishop takes bishop would be a mistake because of rook H1. Although you can go rook F6.
I think bishop takes G5 is actually very good.
Okay, it's been played.
Because he
now
has
you have to
rook
go rook
F6.
F6.
And then he can meet any check on the H file with the blocking rook H6.
Well, credit to Gukesh. He managed to find some tricks
Yes.
at the end. It did look absolutely hopeless. F4. 9 seconds there for Gukesh.
Nothing to be done. Capture
Take
that
pawn.
pawn on F4. And you can easily bring your rook, which has been out of the game,
Rook G6.
into the game.
Clinical.
Rook to G6, yeah, also very good. King F3, well, take the rook, trade. Win ahead material?
Trade. Get
Trade.
yourself out of danger.
Exactly, it's been working for 1,500 years.
Yep.
Why ruin a good thing?
Exactly. Don't do it. And,
King G6.
King G6.
I don't think it's a time problem for Fabi, but just tell me once again, what is the clock times?
Well, for Gukesh, it's 6 seconds, and he's just playing on increment.
Yeah, he's just playing because he just doesn't have enough time to resign.
Yeah.
Rook to E5. Well,
Rook
here's
E6.
pardon me, Rook E6, Knight C5, and bring that.
He
Oops.
just captures on D5, and
Rook to E5, Rook back to E5. Sorry.
yeah, Rook E5.
Yeah, I
Keep
think
it
that's
simple.
I think that's the
Because
simplest. Rook
if
F5
you
is
get
also.
greedy with the capturing on D3, then there's Rook to E7, and suddenly you have to dabble in that particular line. Well, he
Well-
does.
Well, I'm a pawn grabber too.
Rook E7.
King F8, and now I just don't want to see the king necessarily coming all the way in.
Rook
See,
E7.
I can always give up this knight for the passer. So king to D8 followed by knight C5 certainly is one way of handling this
But
business.
I feel that this is impractical from
A little
Fabi,
bit.
especially when you're on your final seconds.
A little bit.
Especially because Gukesh suddenly will have a lot of hope that he never had in the position.
Yeah, but the strange thing is the pawn, the black rook is doing a great job at defending
Okay.
the pawn. D3,
Very accurately calculated. D3, D2.
rook F7, D2, and the knight swings into the game. And there's no way you're knight to E4, and there's no way you're promoting this pawn anymore. Or knight to B3, sorry. Okay.
Beautifully calculated by Fabiano that
Yeah,
the
he's
D pawn
really-
is going to be the runner.
Yeah, and he's way on
Oh,
his
ho, ho, ho.
last trick. Rook takes G7, check. No.
No.
King to E4. King to E3. He could have played knight to D4, and I think that
And
would have
that's it.
resigned.
We have resignation.
Congratulations to Fabi as he's just tearing up the
It's
field.
just
It's
steam
incredible.
rolling. And here's the
We're-
final game between Vidit and Levon.
Let's jump to that. We have a rook ending 3 versus 3. So this should be a draw, except white is nursing some hopes with this advanced king. No, I think it's just going to be an easy draw.
Players are shuffling.
Players are shuffling, gaining time on the clock with their 2-second bonus.
And there's just no way for the white king to sneak its way to the g6 square.
Exactly. Well,
okay, now the king is moving.
Right.
Yeah, maybe Vidit is leaving ideas such as d4, d5 on the agenda.
True. With this last move, rook c1, with the intention
Are they
of playing
repeating?
rook to g1.
And there we see eye contact and a handshake. A draw between Vidit and Aronian.
Wow.
There you can see Fabiano Caruana 5 points ahead of everyone.
Wow, that is dominating.
7 rounds left.
Miro,
Not much to say.
domination by Fabi. What happened in the fight for second?
Well, Alireza beat Nepo. That's what I have to say. Nepo continues his streak and not the most pleasant one.
5th loss in a row.
Yeah, speaking of Fabi winning, what is that with him playing black and having an extra knight all the time?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a 2 out of 2 for
I want to be like that guy.
Yeah. So, Alireza against Nepo, the knight of, and this specific one that, Yash, I think you're paying attention yesterday, that queen goes to f3, something unusual, but turns out it is played, and this position, in fact, is relatively popular, and g4 was the move to stop f5, instead king b1 allowing f5, which I'm not sure is the good idea, because Nepo, up to the point, he had a very, very pleasant position. So bishop d2 and knight a5, it is, in fact, a known theme in this knight of structure, so the knight goes to c6 to stop black's attack. Right. And up to the point it looked right. Well, c4, once again, to someone inexperienced, it might look like c4, white's doing something strange. But in fact, this particular knight of structure, it's not that much about attacking the king, but more about positional play. And then if you pay attention, black has the majority on the king side, so he is the one moving those pawns, while white's c4 is very common. And the fact that the lines are getting, files getting open, is not that scary because of a very strong knight on c6. Or this is how it should have been. Okay, we are getting there to this position, knight e4, queen a3. And queen a3 apparently wasn't the best, because black gets this move in, a6, a5, and then white had to go back to e1, and black already gets counterplay. Instead, Ali was trying to trick Nepo's f2, f3, attacking the knight, saying you cannot take the bishop, but bishop d7 moves the tempo, and then after bishop e1, this is a big miss by Nepo. This is where he went wrong, because it was plain and simple, capture on c6, and then if you take the knight, bishop goes back, black's structure simply better, because guess what? The file's open and the knight on c6 is no longer there. So black would have a fantastic, not here. Black would have a fantastic position. And the other one, after bishop c6, dc6, that's of course very important. d5, attack the queen, attack the bishop.
That's nasty.
Once again, it's clearly in black's favor. Black's not winning yet, but clearly in black's favor. Well, fast forward, so knight c5 happened to be a mistake, bishop f2, bishop f6, captures, and then the knight stays there, means no attack, and the moment you capture it, that will happen in the game. Once again, not enough power to create something substantial, white's pawn up, and so on and so on. So that was, so that's the moment where, like, black is trying to press on b2, but there is no real way of doing so because b8 is controlled. After bishop c6, queen c6, rook a b8, d6, queen e5, white just doubles on the second rank. That's pretty much what it was. Yeah, so after, well, sacrifices and failed attempt of delivering the perpetual,
Alireza won.
Yeah, Nepo resigned in the position, which, well, don't leave him any chance to fight.
Thank you,
that's a
Miro.
very important victory for the standings, because with that win, Alireza moves to shared second place alongside Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. There we also see Fabiano Caruana. Nothing seems to be stopping him. He's now on to 23 points.
I remember the show had turned into an American show. We were first, second, and third. Wesley So and Levon Aronian were first, second, and third in the Rapids. But
Yeah.
Now they're fighting for fourth,
But
fifth.
let's go over to Zagreb with Anastasiya and Cristian to give us their insights on the other games that took place.
A surprising amount of draws in this round. You guys already checked the decisive games. Which one were you checking, Anastasia?
I was checking the game of Wesley So against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Both of them are still fighting for the podium. Let's put it this way. And Wesley decided to play the Trumpovsky opening, and I think it's really good opening for Blitz. Like, you don't need to know a lot of theory, and games are always exciting.
A bit volatile.
Yes, but at the same time, I think he got really good position. Let's skip some moves, and I think White was doing really well. I would prefer to have this position for White, let's say, if I had the chance. But
well, you're a pawn up.
Yeah, and you just, it's for two results, right? You play this game as for two results right now after this point. But still, it seemed like he didn't have enough to win at the end.
Maxime was defending very well, I have to say.
Yes.
Rook takes c1, because you cannot take with the rook, you're going to lose the pawn
Exactly.
on g5.
G5 pawn, you have to keep an eye on it. That's why you keep
Very
the
well
rook on
timed.
G1. King C1 was played, and after that, Black has this control of C file. So after that, let's say, it was never the moment that White had the chance. I also like this Queen C7 move, keep an eye on C1 square. Also, you cannot push D5, E5 pawn can be also weak. So, I mean, they played this position for a long time, but the result was still draw at the end. So
It was always balanced,
yes.
right? And actually, it was very similar, this one, Vidit versus Levon. And just to give you a quick behind-the-scenes story in this one, yesterday we had dinner with Levon, and after dinner, Fabiano and Levon went to play Blitz with the condition that they're going to play only the French. Levon wanted to practice his French.
What do you mean? They didn't have enough of Blitz games.
Yes, they wanted to play more Blitz. They wanted to
believe
prepare
it.
specifically for Levon, I guess. He wanted to prepare the French, and we see the French right now from Levon.
believe it.
And I have to say, he got a very good position out of the opening, but he was never better with the black pieces. Perhaps White, in fact, had a slight pull, the usual opening pull, because you just simply have more activity against the king on the
I like this king on
side.
E2.
Yes,
Looks
yes.
quite
And now the king
nice.
hides potentially to G1. That's exactly what we see. But also White was hunting, let's say, this queen trade, which perhaps was not the right idea, because right now Black is slightly better. Nevertheless, it was never enough, and the players soon agreed to a draw later on. Very, very balanced game, I have to say. But guys, Fabiano is, for the moment, just simply running away.
Just increasing
with
his lead.
the event. 7 rounds to go, 5 points lead. Let's take a look at the standings. Fabiano, as you can see, 23 points, just an incredible amount of points. MVL and Alireza sharing second position with 18 points, 5 points behind the lead. But there's a big fight for the podium, as we can see Wesley within striking distance from
Yes.
the player,
And
from the podium.
Jan, who lost like 5 games in a row. It's crazy.
That's tough. We'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the short commercial break.
How do you manage your time during a chess game, especially during faster time controls?
But I think in faster time controls, it's a bit easier, because in classical, there's a tendency to just like think forever, and then you get into time trouble, and you never leave time trouble, and your opponent has so much time that they can punish you. While in Rapid and Blitz, you probably want to try to keep up a pace, and the time control forces you to play at a certain pace. So it's actually a little bit easier in fast time controls, and you know that you probably shouldn't be getting into like seconds, your last few seconds for the whole game. So there's that kind of understanding that time trouble in general is a very tough circumstance to play under, and you're trying to avoid that, especially when your opponent has more time.
It's sort of an automatic process. At this point, you're so experienced that you just don't really question every decision you take, but it becomes intuitive. And when everything is right, you're in good form, you've practiced, you're well rested, then the whole thing happens by itself. The moment you already start double checking, double guessing, and questioning your time management, that's already the wrong sign. When you have to think like, am I thinking too long, am I thinking too little? That means that something is off.
Manage your time, it's all in the mindset. So I think classical, rapid, and blitz are all 3 very different games. So for example, in blitz, you just gotta take it psychologically and figure out that there's no way you're gonna figure everything out during the game. You just gotta make a move and trust your intuition. Meanwhile, in classical, you kind of have a feel for it. It's very different.
I think I managed quite well my time in classical, but somehow at faster time controls I'm worse. Like I have worse results in rapid and blitz games than in classical chess, so it's a bit unusual for me. I think in general I don't like the pressure when I have like less than 10 minutes. I don't feel comfortable, and in classical chess I'm always trying to have more than like 20 minutes on the clock. And if I notice that my time is getting low, I usually start playing quickly in classical, and sometimes I even make mistakes like that. But in rapid and blitz you are like almost always in time trouble, so it's a bit different and it's not the same.
Oh, in faster time controls I don't really manage. Like I just play by feeling, and because rapid is actually one of the most difficult time control to manage. You can neither play too fast or too slowly. Like in classical you can adjust, you have time to adjust. In blitz you just play fast. But in general I like to put pressure on the clock, no matter the time control, so I try to play slightly faster than my opponent. That's my general rule.
I think in the end of the day, it's all about having a good opening preparation, coming out on top, putting your opponent under pressure, and trying to kind of not go too low on time. So as always, in every time control, the hardest part is actually understanding where you need to think, catching this critical key moment, because quite often you will miss this moment and then you spend the whole game suffering, and eventually you may even run into trouble. But if you spend enough time and you kind of focus at this very moment, then the game will be much easier. But it's a real art finding that moment.
It's something that I've been working on. I was really bad at it a while back. Now I think I'm improving there. Yeah, it's a challenge. I don't think anyone has a clear answer, because in every game there are some new challenges, and there are moments where you need to spend time, the moments you just need to play the move, and it's very hard to judge these exact moments, but yeah, we try.
Well, I try, whenever I see like it's close to 0-0-0, I try to play faster.
Mostly it's to be well prepared. If you're well prepared these days, you can make the first moves fast, and you will not use so much time, so that's pretty important.
Only if I knew that answer, how to do that. I am a chronic time trouble person, so I've been making few changes in the past couple of months. Let's see if they work, and my time management is better now.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
Back. It's round 12 of the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz, and so far it's been a dream start for Fabiano Caruana. So let's have a look at how many points he has now. Well,
he's no
reminding, he's on 23 points, 5 points ahead of both Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Alireza Firouzja. They're on 18 points, but the race for second is going to be absolutely fast and furious, not much between them. And when it comes to the tournament leader, Fabiano, let's have a look at his road ahead, because he will be facing...
drum roll.
And there you can see it is Vidit and Evgenij Saric.
So a chance to even further his score as he's buying the bottom
He could
players.
secure. the
He's-
championship.
Yeah,
With 2 wins.
no question.
And take a look at the pairings. Nepomniachtchi, he's having a tough time. Plays white against Gukesh. Fabiano Caruana plays white against Vidit Gujrathi. Levon Aronian plays against Ivan Saric. Anish Giri plays Wesley So. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave plays, well, this is going to be so close. He plays his rival for second place, Alireza Firouzja.
Let's make that the marquee matchup game, and we'll use Fabi as our backup. But that fight for second, and I tell you, the 2 French players, you know, you think they're brotherhood or something like that. No, 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 no. When these 2 players get to the board, they really, really fight. They're great friends off the board, but competitors on the board.
And there we see Maxime with the white pieces.
Now, MVL, Miro, he actually, in day 1 of the Blitz, he won the Blitz. That is to say, he scored 6.5 out of the potential 9 games. So we know he's a great blitzer, yet Firouzja is coming into this tournament, according to our AI, as the Blitz favorite. How do you see this game? Got to predict now. You got to predict now.
Well,
look at them.
Look at them go.
Wow. They are just snapping out those moves. And it's a Zaitsev.
Okay, well, hang on a second. If MVL wants to draw, he can go knight to G5.
No draw.
Force the rook to F8, but of course not. He's not going to waste a white like that.
No, and the standard moves here include bishop F8 and H7, H6. Always kind of, it's just good form to keep this knight out of bait. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did MVL just blunder a pawn? No. What's he doing? There's the knight G5 move. I referenced it a moment ago that you'd like to keep this knight out of G5 by playing H6. Now, the problem is there's the bishop on A2 is lurking, so F7's under attack. The knight attacks the rook, and look at this move, D5. There was queen H5 as well. Oh my goodness. I don't know if this is prep or if this is... it looks scary for
Well, it must be
black.
Because Maxime used no time on the clock. Queen H5 played, H6.
But the players are using no time. I mean...
Well, Alireza is thinking for about 25 seconds.
For, you mean the 20 moves that he's played?
Yes.
Okay, he's an exchange up and a pawn, and he's saying, do your worst. Knight takes F7, or would you like queen takes F7? Knight takes. Okay, this bishop is still lurking, I get it, but what is the point? Queen E8. Oh my gosh, this looks like incredible prep.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa,
you
whoa,
cannot
whoa, whoa,
take
whoa.
on F7 because of knight F6.
Knight F6 check is coming almost in case of anything. Knight F6.
Takes D5. It was a quick response from Maxime.
True that.
Sorry.
Rook C4. And look how fast the players are playing. Knight takes H6 check instantly. King H8. Like, I know this. I know exactly what I'm doing. Knight back to F7 check. King to G8. This seems like some extremely extreme preparation.
You can go knight takes C7.
Knight takes C7. There's always a check downstairs, but I would probably be more inclined to take the knight.
And then you take the rook and grab the rook. And then after that, we count
Here
material.
we go.
And knight C7 indeed played.
Well, it's going to be quite a number of minor pieces for a rook. No, I guess it's only 2.
Queen.
E1 check.
The players are just racing through the moves.
Like
they've seen this all before. Yep. Probably
I suspect
they
have.
Analysis, yeah.
I do suspect that's exactly the case, Jovi, that they do. Now, the desirable knight to G5, so he could checkmate, has a drawback. Bishop to D6 check, and that will soon be mate, but in black's favor. So the knight on F7 is uncomfortably under attack, can't move because it needs to defend D6.
And I'm also worried about this light square bishop on b7. You remove
Whoa,
that bishop,
look
and it's going to
at
be
this
checkmate.
move.
But hang on a second, bishop h.
And look at this move.
Block it.
The rook has blocked the bishop on d5. This is great stuff. The rook has blocked the bishop on c4 and now on c2. I mean, if you were to tell me this was a study, I believe you. This is amazing.
And now the issue for white is what to play.
Well, we're
Bishop
threatening
takes
mate.
rook. Exactly.
Mate on 1 is a big threat.
And so that's why we do see a capture.
And we're gonna.
And now this is the thing that I was worried about.
What?
If you just simply go knight takes rook, you've got to be worried about this bishop on b7 awakening and the knight moving somewhere, anywhere, and then there being a discovered attack on
So let's
g2.
just be clear what Jovi is talking about. We can take the rook, and of course, Black is interested in recapturing, but what Jovi is mentioning is that as soon as this knight moves with a discovered attack of checkmate, that's the problem. We're not forced to take that knight. We may go after this knight. We may go after White's king. So that is why we see queen to d5 instead.
Queen d5, and now
But now
how to keep the game alive?
Well,
knight to d8, knight to a5.
Well, the same question as you said. Let me threaten mate.
Well, you do have knight h6.
That is double
check. And then you got to run, and then there's queen to g8.
Check. Or queen f5 check, sorry.
No, you can't go queen f5 because of the queen.
Apologies. You're true, as Lev Polygaevsky once said to me.
And how do I keep the game alive here? Because Black is one move away from checkmating.
Correct.
Maybe you have to use the knight as the blocker. Okay, we have.
And he went queen f5 check, by the way. So he did go for the queen trade. And what's the body count? 2 bishops, 1, 2, 3. So White, crazily enough, is a pawn up after all of those amazing tactical shots.
Rook's here. Now the bishop has to come to the knight's aid. Bishop
Defense, yep.
f4. What to do?
Well, that knight on d6 has simply got to go. The bishop is defending the knight, so a series of thoughts that run through my head moves like g5 to get the bishop out of the way so that I can open up the c file. But
and of course, this is a fight for second place.
In the tournament and the GC2.
Very important as well for the Grand Chess Tour, because that's all about getting those points. Because there's a massive prize bonus at the end for the winner, the leader of the Grand Chess Tour points.
But also very important, maybe less so for Firouzja, but the Grand Chess Tour invites the top players in the world to compete as tour participants. The top 3 finishers of any given year are automatically invited back. MVL has let his rating slip out of the world's top 10. So he would like to see an invite for next year. So gaining second would be huge. By the way, G7, G5, after some thought by
A quick response there from Maxime. Just drop the bishop back. The king came up to g6, attacking the knight. Knight got to move.
Rook f1, perhaps, just to
just keep it there.
To be annoying.
Yeah, I forgot.
Annoying is good. We could play bishop e4 to chase the knight, but that's not really what we want to do. What we really want to do is somehow dislodge this guy on. Well, he did play bishop e4. Apologies.
The knight will just move, but I'm looking at the bishop on f8.
Yes, you are.
It's loose. And I'm thinking, knight d6 might be a favorable trade, but also just simply moving the knight back to the center.
Yeah, knight to d4, knight to e3. You're right, you are recovering a tempo. I like knight e3. The reason I like knight e3 is I go to g4, I look for anchored squares. g4 is not a bad square for the knight. I'd have rook f6 check. I'd have knight e5 check. So I like your retreat, knight e3, but I agree with you also. Knight d6, you want to make sure that the trades are favorable, and he's done knight d6. So bishop takes d6 and knight f7. More or less, you got to get off the back rank.
Yeah, you got to mobilize your pieces. Black's only compensation lies on the light squares. If he can get a rook to d2, e2, wherever, then okay, there is something there. But nope, he's just a pawn down. So knight f7,
but the bishops of opposite colors also kind of suggests to me that it's a favorable outcome. Like after all of these,
the pawn on a6 is hanging, Yasser.
Yeah. Oh,
even in a situation with opposite color bishops, when you have such passed pawns on both sides of the board, it's a very difficult position to hold.
I would take the second pawn.
6.
Take the second pawn. By the way, clock times?
Oh, significant. For Alireza, he's just got 16 seconds left on the clock, whereas Maxime, he's so fast. He's gotten his preparation, so he has just over 2 minutes.
Huge. And
he's reaching for
that A-pawn.
He's grabbing it.
Yes, indeed. And the desirable rook to C2 a moment ago would have just been met by rook F2, calmly defending the G2 pawn.
Rook
so
E1.
knight F5, rook E1.
And now knight to B4, covering the C2 square.
That's very nice.
Alireza is just 2 pawns down.
Truly. Check. Great. And
whoa, coming up with the king.
Well, you got to do something.
You know, bishop F2?
Bishop F2 is a brilliant move. You're just going to play G4 mate.
Yeah.
But maybe bishop,
maybe move the bishop. No, but if
bishop C7, you go rook to the 7th rank. Sorry.
Yes.
So, yeah.
No, but I really want to kind of weave that mating net. You know, once G4 happens, you want to go bishop F4. But okay, he goes bishop E1, throw up G4, king to G5. Another pawn goes.
You can never have enough pawn snacking. Rook takes G5, bishop E4.
Careful though, there is some danger of, at the right time, G3 and the rook coming down to D1.
I agree. I would probably No, there is king F4. Sorry, rook E5, king F4.
And again, to update you on some results, Saric is the one that beat Levon Aronian. And Fabiano is slightly worse against Vidit. Could Vidit play the role of spoiler?
And remember, Vidit not playing great, at least his results have not been great. Apologies. His games have actually been full of fight. He just hasn't had the results. 3 extra pawns.
But the white king is really unsafe and the black king is a menace.
Yes, and the initiative has suddenly gone to Firouzja, despite his clock times.
The pawn on G2 is vulnerable, so is B2.
King F1? I don't know.
Which pawn do you grab, Yasser?
Well, I mean...
Or do you give a check? He's got 3 seconds. Okay, he grabs the B2 pawn.
Okay, but now we can get our rook back into the game. Yes, there you see it. Rook to E5. Check. King back to G1. Or we could take the bishop. I'd take that bishop. Take the bishop. Just get rid of the threats to the king.
He's believing you.
Yes. Well, remember what we said. Trade when you're material ahead. We're ahead
and
2
now
pawns.
Maxime down to his last seconds, moving the rook back to E3.
Wise decision. I love
Rook
this
A3,
idea of
rook behind pass pawn.
Precisely. You took the words right out of my mouth.
It's such an important concept in rook and pawn endgames. King steps up to E2 and Alireza trying to be tricky.
Push him, baby. A5 and rook A4. A5, rook A4.
And again, the tricks continue. Attacking the G pawn, attacking the rook.
A6. Put the pawn on A7.
Oh, we've got to be careful where you put the king. You don't want to fork the rook and the knight.
King D1. Oh, you're right.
Knight
D2.
Anyway, And the way
A7 or bishop F2.
Okay. Alireza is so tricky.
I know.
The way that he weaves, and threatens things. Just on seconds left on the clock.
Oh, that was a
Stepping
good move.
up
Rook
with the
C3,
king.
A7. That was so good.
Now the bishop
Now
on
it's
F2 is beautiful. And a win for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We go directly to the game between Fabiano and Vidit. And Vidit seconds left.
Wait a minute. Fabi has 3 connected pass pawns. He's winning.
Yeah.
He's simply winning.
Well, that would be a dream start for Fabi to win
Yet
3
again?
games in a row.
Wow.
And there we see resignation from Vidit. But there you can see from their behavior that Vidit is not happy. He controlled the pace of the game and just fumbled.
I didn't see it. We'll have to get Miro, Cristian, and Anastasiya to break that game down for us. But what a start. Miro, what a crazy.
Well, every single game in this round, I believe, been upside down a couple of times. So,
really?
Yeah, I kept an eye on Nepo, and still I'm coming to terms with this idea that the guy had the same points 5 rounds ago. So a day and a half. I mean, that's... Yeah. Okay, and he could continue his losing streak, believe it or not, because, well, at some point, first of all, it's clear that his tilt continues, and I'd attribute this particular one. Knight c3, knight d4, castles long is clearly something that never been done before, severely criticized by computer and just not good. So it's no wonder that after a few moves, Nepo has gone in a terrible position and pretty much had to sacrifice. Yeah, so bishop d5 here, you can take with the pawn and your king being attacked and all bad, or sacrifice in exchange, which is a practical but not sufficient decision. This is a lost position for white. Later on, he's gotten chances. Later on, well, the chances were gone, and ultimately, this was the position where black has an extra queen for 2 minor pieces. So you would think all over. But let's not forget, we're playing blitz, it's on seconds. So what happens? Like rook e8 is a bad move, knight c7, we are not judging those, just to show you the picture. Queen c3, g5. All of a sudden, this one's already equal according to machine.
Wow.
Apparently there is not enough attack on the white king, and there is serious attack on the black king. And then what happens? f6, pardon me, knight e6, here g5, king g8, just look at it, this is something not very clever, king f7, knight f4, and yeah, to jump ahead, he went king f8, knight e6, and there was a perpetual. Gukesh never repeated the same mistake. He went king e8, knight g7, king f8 here, but the moment we had this position on the board, believe it or not, but white was winning with g6, which is unbelievable, to be honest. So the trick being queen takes and you have g7, the study-like trick. And then in both cases, queen takes, it's knight d6, or king takes and it's knight h5. So it was all 3 results were possible in this game, and black were winning a couple of times. And yeah, it's incredible. And the same goes for Levon, who played a reasonably good game up to the point that he was completely winning. Yeah, so that was good. And here, just look at this, check it out. Okay, it was all over the place. It doesn't make much sense to go back. Here, had he played move rook e7,
looks good.
You would notice there is queen b3 threat if the queen leaves the diagonal. So black has to go. The only square on this diagonal is queen a2, where queen is clearly misplaced. The king gets weak. And then one more clever move, knight f1, to take care of the last rank. And then you casually pick up the pawn or you get queen h5. It's just that bad for black. And instead, in a couple of moves, so he went queen f3, and it turned out that black has knight e4, and then the rook's hanging, knight's hanging.
Oh no.
And he had to trade, and then the best, perhaps, was to trade the queens, try to save the endgame. He continued in this aggressive fashion, and after d2, Queen d1, Rook a d8, it turned out to be a lost position. So, well, hero to 0 in few moves.
Exactly.
Wow, topsy-turvy round. And let's see how the results impacted the standings. And there we see Fabiano Caruana with 24 points.
No catching him when he keeps winning.
Very close to actually clinching the event.
Yes.
If he wins the final game. Not the final game, the next game. And there we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave 5 points behind on 19 points. And Wesley So, Alireza, Firouzja, they're on 18 points. So it's incredible stuff that Fabiano, with a victory, could potentially clinch it. And let's go over to Croatia, where we have Cristian and Anastasiya ready to tell us their insights from the round.
A lot of back and forth in those games that you guys just showed up. But Anastasiya, you were watching one game that went pretty smoothly for one player in particular.
Yeah, Wesley So, yes, of course, still fighting for the top places, and he played against Anish Giri this game. I think he's playing, it doesn't matter for him, black or white, he's still trying in every game. So this one went quite smoothly for him, as you said, Cristian. English opening, Anish played quite quietly, and at this moment they decided to go for the ending. Wesley forced this queen's exchange after e4, d takes c4, queen b2.
I like this move, b4.
Yes, I also liked it, and now rook goes to a2 to protect the pawn on a3. So they moved to this ending, and I think Wesley really had an upper hand here. You know, white has this double pawn.
He has the healthier pawn structure.
Yes,
right?
and he decided, Anish decided to get rid of one of the pawns, taking the other one on b7. And it felt like it was really drawish. I will just scroll it a little bit further. So they ended up in this ending where, okay, there were maybe different possibilities.
Rook
maybe
takes c3, that exchange sacrifice.
Yes.
Good decision by Wesley.
I think so, yeah. But I mean, maybe Anish could have defended this pawn like by playing king f2, something like that. But I think Wesley could put some pressure by playing bishop b6, keeping this pawn on c4, which would be really unpleasant, you know, because this pass pawn on c4 could be really strong at a certain point, like bishop c5 later, and rook would go forward as well. So he decided, you know, okay, I will give back this exchange. Yes, and so after all these moves, they ended up in this ending with same amount of pawns, right?
Well, actually,
black has an extra pawn, yes, an extra pawn, but opposite color bishops, and it seemed like Anish would hold it.
Yes.
But Wesley played it slowly, but still surely, slowly, you know, improving his position, brought the king.
I have to tell you,
Yes.
when you're on the defense in this type of positions where you cannot really do anything active, it's so difficult.
So it was really unpleasant. Again, let's not forget, it's Blitz and you don't have time. Yes. So he just kept playing this position, and just look, he really showed super class
Very good
here.
technique.
Yes, really good technique, and just grabbed all this pawn, and you know, at certain point, again, exchange the rooks in the very nice moment. Just look at this, bishop g1, and so I think
Got
white
another
couldn't
pawn, why
really
not?
avoid it. Yes, and then just here Anish resigned. Yes,
Beautiful, beautiful. It
Technically
seems
winning
like Wesley is
positions.
actually in great shape
Yes.
in today's
Yes, he is.
rounds. And let's take a look at what happened in the game of, I'm trying to find Fabi. There he is,
yes, we were
leader.
checking Fabi, yes, and
Well, thank you guys for letting us have this game. I really thought that you guys wanted to watch the leader's game, but take a look at this one, another
crazy
English,
game, yes.
not with d3. We've seen Fabi essay this idea with d3 before, this time with g3. And h6 to stop the move bishop to g5. Quite an interesting move, I have to say. Bishop to b4, and then we had the very classic as we move on. Bishop takes f3, bishop takes f3, the battle between the two knights against the two bishops. But the two knights, they do have this square d4, very
Yes.
important square, and I have to say, given that the center is semi-closed, let's call it that way, it does feel like the knights perhaps are better. Bishop to g2, and we got into this endgame after knight to c5, a couple of exchanges, queen to c4, knight to c5, b6. By the way, extra pawn for the knights, right? This one is looking really good for Vidit. Vidit
yes.
with a great chance to win this one. And on the clock, 28 seconds for Fabiano at this point, 1 minute and 20 seconds for Vidit. So Vidit was simply dominating.
yes, he
at
has
this
good
point.
chances to beat the leader.
Oh, great
at this
chances.
moment.
Probably just simply technically winning, I would say. Queen to f5, queen to e6. And he was doing all the right things, by the way. And at this point, after rook
What
to
was the
a4, bishop
mistake?
to d5, big mistake, maybe not such a huge mistake, c4. What he had to play in this position was in fact b4. b4 would have been much better. Try to open the position like such and take advantage of the fact that
the pin maybe also
there's a
not
pin,
but
there's some transitions potentially, and this would have given the c-pawn, reign in the position. Unfortunately, after c4, your knights are not that stable anymore, and I'm going to be able to take on e6, maybe attack the other knight. But you would never expect this position to turn 180 and in fact be worse for black. But this is exactly what happened.
I remember guys caught the end of this at the moment when Fabi had so many pawns.
Now
I don't know how he lost all these pawns, how Vidit lost all these pawns.
Incredible.
Just tell me, what happened?
Well, the thing is, Fabi is better right now because this bishop on d6 defends my only weakness, the pawn on a3, as well as the pawn on e5. And your pawn on b5 is not getting defended. The bishop is dominating the knight right now. And I also have ideas on bishop e7 at the right moment, maybe some checkmating threats. Right?
This is unpleasant.
And I have to say, Fabi combined those masterfully. By the way, h5, another big mistake, weakening another pawn. The pawn on
this is
g5.
how he lost probably all those pawns.
Yes.
So suddenly White just took all of them. And
in fact, all of them
all
in
of them,
moves.
yes.
That's actually
because I
kind
remember
of ridiculous.
Yasser and Jovi discussing this position, and I'm like where were all the pawns?
He vacuumed all the pawns on the king side, and that was enough to take another point, another step towards the title. Guys, back to you in the studio to watch the Fabi show.
Indeed, it is the Fabi show. Right.
Let's remind ourselves of the standings and see where he is on the table. Well, Fabiano is at the top with an amazing 24 points. 5 points ahead of his closest rival, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's in clear second with 19 points. Wesley So with that victory and Alireza with that loss, they're on 18 points. So still absolutely crazy race for second place.
Let's just stay on this for a moment.
Fabiano could win the event, right?
Yeah, this is historic because essentially Fabi has won all of his games. So has MVL, except for one draw.
I know.
Fabi started today with a 4.5 point lead. Now has a 5 point lead because he won all of his games.
6 games remaining, which means that if Fabiano wins this next round, he could potentially just win the event.
He clinches with a victory.
5 rounds to spare.
That is amazing.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave plays white against Nepomniachtchi. Alireza Firouzja plays white against Anish, Giri. Wesley So will face Levon, Aronian. Saric plays Fabiano, Caruana. That is going to be our marquee matchup. Vidit Gujrathi plays Gukesh.
If you look at MVL's score of 19, usually 23 points win it. MVL at this moment is thinking to himself, well, I've got first place. He's 5 points out of first place. This is a record-breaking run that Fabi is having. I think 26 is our 27 is our all-time record.
We see Fabiano.
Wow.
I was going to say against, but a consultant with his trainer, Gregory Aparin. But yeah, Fabi mentioned it yesterday because Cristian in the interview asked him, do you have your eyes on the biggest score? And he said, well, I think 27 is the score to beat. So he knew, and I trust Fabi when it comes to numbers.
You see the players kind of pacing and just thinking about the games ahead. No. Gregory, I'm not going to say a long time second because Fabi has rotated his coaches, but he definitely is working nicely together. I mean, and it almost came together in Toronto. The candidates were so close.
So it was
for
Fabi and Gregory, his coach.
Yeah.
So I always wondered what they do when it comes to blitz, because you have that little of a time, right? And okay, it's nice when it all goes well, as in Fabi's case. You just have to say, okay, Fabi, keep doing what you're doing, right? But what is coach's way of, helping after a loss? What can you do, possibly?
I think the most important thing is just to say, you've been playing it really well. I like your openings. Pay attention to your clock, guy. Your clock is your only problem, but go get him, Tiger.
And you can see the players getting ready for round 13. But the Grand Chess Tour returns to St. Louis. It comes home as it crosses the pond. And there you can see in August the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, shortly followed by the Sinkfield Cup. The crowning jewel
of the Grand Chess Tour, and we will be crowning the champion of the Grand Chess Tour 2024. And of course, also coming up shortly next week, national championships here in St. Louis.
Seniors, juniors, girls.
Exactly.
Yasser, you're doing them all.
I love it. It's great for me. The seniors especially is a kind of a high school reunion. I don't even know how to say it, but it's great to see all my buddies coming back. As there's the man of the hour, Fabiano Caruana, just playing an absolutely unbelievable record-setting pace that he is on right now. If he were to go 50% in his remaining games, would that be the 27?
Yeah, that would be. Well, I don't know if 27, but for starters, he would bag the tournament.
Of course.
Eyes closed.
I'm just thinking about the record for the GCT, whether he would bag that as well.
Yeah, he's on 24 points. He needs to three more points
out of the remaining games. As he sits down against Ivan Saric, and Ivan Saric is a dangerous man. He can beat anybody on a given day. He doesn't have the results quite so far in this event to compete for the podium, but he has won, and he just won against Levon. As we saw, he turned that game around.
He has
Bishop
a
C5.
very sharp opening style, and
He
also, as we've seen him excel in tactics. Like, who can forget yesterday's game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, where he found the remarkable Bishop A7. Well worth checking out Sarah Herman's recaps of the event.
Absolutely. A2, A4. So a couple of moves there. Rook B8 was one of them. Bishop G4. That's a very, very different approach by Fabi. Oftentimes, funnily enough, in these Ruy Lopez's, the pawn on B5 ends up being the weakness. Like you can imagine, D2, D3, AB, Rook A8 being played, and the pawn on B5 is weak. Oftentimes the bishop finds itself well placed on D7, and conversely, on the king side, G4 later down the road, not immediately.
And Fabi's a big expert in this type of positions, having done a course in this particular line. I think he told me it took him longer than he ever thought possible.
Because you're double checking and triple checking everything with the cloud.
Also, you feel like it's a race against time, right? You know, you have your repertoire worked out, and then someone plays a new move, and okay, I have to work harder. And there we see knight A5. So you don't want to let that light squared bishop get traded off. So bishop C2 played.
I was about to say knight A5. Okay. I'm sure this is still theory, and
it still is.
Yeah, rook to E1,
and rook to B8 is the main move here. And yeah, you're right, Yasser. The most common response, there's only been 3 games, is to go G4.
Yeah, and sometimes if you don't sacrifice the piece, if after G4 you do drop back with the bishop, you look at the black king and you say, you're really, really solid, congratulations. But the bishop on G6 can actually just simply fizzle and be out of the game forever. Like, just imagine, I'm going to put some moves on the board just to give you an indication of what I'm talking about. Imagine I go knight to B3. Not exactly a clever idea, but at the end of the day, my bishop's working, your bishop is not. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Just a second.
And this
what has
game
he done? Knight F1.
Yeah, this game is absolutely crucial, because if Fabi wins and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave draws,
right,
then that's it. Fabi has won the event.
Right.
Now, if Maxime also continues his winning pattern, then, okay, the race continues, and then everything will depend on what Fabi does in the next round.
Yes. Knight G3, bishop G6. Okay, and now it's come down to this moment. Ivan, are you ready to play D4 and expand in the center? Now, I notice that Ivan is playing slowly, or maybe I'm just...
No, he's playing slowly. He's on 3 minutes and 24 seconds, whereas Fabi is on 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
Okay, so let's imagine d4. I would think that you want to take on c3 in order to open up the b line. So I would imagine you want to take, and play bishop to b4. No, he just went
back.
Wow.
The tension is remaining on the board, but actually,
I don't like that move.
well, I can tell you who also agrees with you. My evaluation bar
That doesn't like that move, right?
hates it.
Hates it.
Yeah.
Hated it. Bishop back to, okay, so wait a minute, just a second. I told you that sometimes there's an absence. The bishop on the king side can kind of get locked out of the game. But check this out. Here I see bishop coming to d2.
Isn't the pawn on e5 hanging? If you go rook takes b4, you can just capture on e5.
Okay, I was thinking rook takes b4, bishop d2, but I think you're making a very good point that we can take, trade queens, and then simply snack on the e5 pawn.
I'm learning from the best. Yes.
There you go.
Knight
there you go.
c6.
I was going to say, you're just saying that because it's so true.
It is.
Knight c6. Now, again, the missing light square bishop makes me think of the move b5.
Okay. And now we've seen
Why
a
did we trade
queens. Well, he wants to go b5, Yasser.
Well, he did, but with the queens on the board, knight b4 would not come with a threat, and I could take on a6 as one choice. But now, after knight b4, I am forced to move my bishop because it's under attack. With the queens on the board,
Yeah, it's not
Ivan Saric may have made a, he's got his own ambition.
Right, but still you're forcing the bishop to go back to b1.
Sure, but he's thinking knight to b4, bishop to b1, a b5, knight takes e5. So Ivan has got his eyes set on the e5 pawn. And for Fabi, what is the clock times between these two?
It's actually narrowed a lot. In fact, Fabi has less time. 2 minutes and 27 seconds ticking down, whereas Saric, he just sped up.
So much of the game is about the nerves and keeping calm, even when you're down on the clock. But here, I don't really see an alternative for Fabi. To my mind, AB is just doing white a great favor of opening up the file, the A file, that is. And he's done it. Wow.
And now he jumps in with the knight to
d4.
d4. Okay, big threat. Knight takes bishop.
Just a second. So rook takes a7. Knight takes c2. You're right, it does hit the bishop. Pardon me, you do hit the rook. I would be forced to move, and then
you can just
snack on this pawn.
Snack on the e4 pawn, snack on the b5 pawn.
So we're expecting knight takes d4?
Yes.
Knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. Now I'm a pawn grabber, but I also like defending pawns. Bishop to b5.
Okay, he goes for this.
Bishop to b5 or bishop to d3,
No,
I feel
it's too
there's
loose.
a discovery.
Bishop takes f2.
Agreed. Rook a5 feels a little looser as well. So I'm in favor of bishop a4. Hold the extra material.
Right. That's the best move that I can see. And when it comes to the race for second place, Nepomniachtchi is slightly better in his game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Another big game.
Knight e2 played.
Knight e2. That's a surprise move. Knight e2.
Okay.
I have rook takes b5.
You also have
knight takes d4. E takes.
You also can grab on e4.
Can I?
I was thinking bishop takes pawn.
Okay, so bishop takes e4. So bishop
Whether
takes
you
e4.
want to or not
Bishop takes e4.
is another matter. Because the plan is to go rook takes. Okay,
He's
done that.
Kind of funny that black does not yet have Luft for his king. So there is a back rank issue, potentially issue. So I can go bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, knight takes d4.
And then now you have to capture with
the
rook.
rook. No choice. Rook takes d4.
Okay, well, we're going to
Here we
see these
go.
moves.
We are moving in this direction, and I'm assuming something like bishop or F. You went f3. Okay, that wasn't exactly the snap, crackle, pop I was looking for.
No, but White still has some pressure because of the back rank issues. And again, clock is going to play a significant factor later on because Fabi down to his last minute. Knight d6, I like this move, anchoring the knight, attacking b5.
I think it's time to include the move b6.
Well, he goes for grabbing the pawn.
Well, he does allow a rook check. So we're kind of in an awkward pin on the back rank, even though it's just for a moment.
Okay, there it
King
happens.
f2.
And rook c5 is going to be the next move.
Well, I think it's time to make Luft. Oh, he didn't do it with the tempo. I was thinking f6. And you're right, rook c5, but I do have knight takes b5.
Yeah, and then rook a5 and the pressure continues.
Agreed.
Ooh.
h6, rook e1.
Uh-huh.
So this looks like it's going to head into a draw. 3 versus 3 on the king side, 1 versus 1.
I like the fact that Fabi is feeling so confident he doesn't go rook takes rook.
And
He's like, no.
No trades for you.
Let's just keep everything on the board. Rook takes b5, keeps that bishop on c1, anchored to the protection of b2.
Yes.
Knight on d6 is an excellent piece.
I think Ivan Saric just heard you when you said the knight on d6 is an excellent piece. Because he developed his bishop.
But now how are you going to defend the pawn on
I'm
b2?
assuming bishop e5.
Yeah, but then there's knight c4.
Yeah, but then I'll trade. The pawn on b2 was more of a liability than an asset. So...
Well... And again, just to drum home the point.
Yes.
If Fabi draws and MVL loses, Fabi clinches the tournament with 5 rounds to spare.
That's
Fabiano
remarkable.
is so close to winning this event outright. 5 rounds to spare in this event. Incredible. But, you know, he has to forget about that and just focus on the game because the players now are on the last 20 seconds. You've got Ivan Saric, 25. Fabiano ticking down to 24 seconds. And remember, it's just a 2-second increment.
I do think the game is heading to a draw. I don't understand the move rook e2. Those moves rook c6 and rook c1 posting up on the c file were automatics, but okay, draw seems inevitable at this moment. Rook c6 check. Let's go.
h4. Grab the space. No, I like what White is doing. White definitely is the one that's feeling more comfortable. Knight d6.
Rook to e7.
Yeah, how are you going to
now
defend?
Suddenly, time is a factor, right?
Definitely 8 seconds left on the clock.
Fabi has played this very, very, very poorly.
Rook d5.
Well, that's a pawn.
It certainly is a pawn.
Okay, knight b5. There was a winning threat of pinning the knight. And there you get rid of the bishop suddenly. Very good. Now we're in a rook ending that should be drawn.
Yes, but it's not elementary with a passed c-pawn.
King f4, rook c5. No. Rook c5 in order to threaten the pawn.
And,
ooh, I don't
Fabi
like
tucking
Ivan's.
in king h6.
Why did Ivan do this? This was a very strange decision.
We can go rook c4. Go rook
No,
c4.
but king takes h5. This is not what he was supposed to be doing. Oh, he's blundering. He's just
He
blundering.
should have defended rook c4 and then threatened to defend the h-pawn from the side.
Yeah, now
And
it's not. Now it's gone. There's no winning chances anymore. Although king e4 was still keeping hopes alive.
Rook d6. Oh, not easy. F5.
F5. So he will just play king d6 and force.
Yeah, now you can check.
Perpetual check.
The king. There's no hiding place for the white king.
Yeah, draw is inevitable. I think we're just going to see the repetition. But like you said, MVL, it's about MVL now. What is Levon doing? Your king's not hiding anywhere on the queen side.
No,
so what was king b6?
There we see draw agreed.
All right, let's jump to the game of MVL.
Oh, wow. So Caruana is our champion because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave lost to Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Jan loses
Wow.
5 games in a row, makes a draw, and suddenly he's back and he beats MVL. Congratulations to Fabi with 4 rounds to spare now?
5.
Is there?
This is just round 13, Yasser.
Oh, wow. I've won tournaments in my life where, you know, I've won them with a round to spare. Nothing. Never.
5 rounds
Never.
to spare. And a massive congratulations to Fabiano Caruana, the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz champion, walking away with the biggest smile on his face because he's $40,000 richer. He's already secured the title, 5 rounds to spare.
That's
now
fun.
he can just enjoy the games and see how many points he collects.
Absolutely. And for the guy who does the trophy, you know, the inscriptions on the, this is great. He's got all the time in the world to get the name right, you know. with 5 rounds to spare. Think about the guy who makes the trophy. Miro, what caught your eye?
Well, once again, was keeping an eye on all the games. Just a couple of fragments, like what happens when, you make one little mistake against those players, the very best. And we continue with struggles of one World Championship candidate, Gukesh, because if anyone has a bad tournament, it's definitely him.
It's him.
Especially when it comes to Blitz. You know how many he scored? I'm just checking. 3 out of 13.
That's
not his level, surely.
Half a point today, that means.
Yeah. So, and they've gotten to, well, a reasonably equal endgame, which, well, it turned out Gukesh lost pretty much in a couple of moves. So, something like that, and then it's relatively known. So the opposition of these 2 bishops, the bishop on g2 against the bishop on b7, you can have it in the middle game, and then it offers some tactical tricks, and you can, well, sometimes the bishop on b7 wouldn't be defended, and that'd be moves like knight g5, knight d2. This time it's the opposite. The bishop on g2 is not defended, so you can neutralize all the possible tricks, all the possible pins by going knight d6, and then white's knight cannot really move. And instead, black went knight f6, hoping, I guess, for the tactical tricks after knight e5. So knight f6 invited knight e5. But then, if you take this, take on g2, you win the pawn, but just for a second, because rook g1, rook h2, and then f7's hanging. Right. So, and it turned out that after knight e5, the position is already much better for white. And last time Gukesh had a chance was this one. So white is a pawn up. Gukesh thought he was clever with tactics, capturing on c4, which looks wrong if you ask me, like self-pinning. So rook d7, rook takes d7. Well, king d7 would allow check, trade the rooks, take on a7, right? So the plan was to take on d7, a little trick that if you take with the rook, it's bishop a6, of course.
Whoops.
Yes, but king e1. And that's exactly what Vidit played. King e1, the knight's hanging, there is bishop f1 coming. And a pair of bishops, an extra pawn, and it proved to be enough for Vidit to beat Gukesh. And Vidit, by the way, he improved his score quite a bit in Blitz.
Well, let's have a look at the standings. And there you can see the champion, Fabiano, talking, maybe celebrating a little bit with his coach, Gregory Oparin. Wow, what a player. What a performance. And there you can see Fabiano, 24.5 points.
Again, our congratulations. Outstanding. Just simply crazy success.
Yeah, but look at this. The race for second is intense. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Alireza Firouzja, they're on 19 points. Wesley So is there, 18.5 points. Levon Aronian at 16.5 points. We've got 5 games remaining. Anything can happen. But first, let's go over to Croatia with Anastasiya and Cristian.
Well, first of all, congratulations to the champion. He did what he said he will do yesterday. When I asked him, what's the plan for today? Are you going to focus on the record? He said, no. First things first. I need to focus on winning the tournament. He just won it with 5 rounds to go.
Wow, this is cool. This is cool. I don't know if anybody else has done something like this before.
I don't think in the Grand Chess Tour it ever happened.
I remember that Alireza was pretty fast also in St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, but we really need to check it. Yes, we have to look at it, at the statistics. But I was checking the game between Wesley So and Levon Aronian. They're still fighting for the positions on the second, third place.
Third place, yeah.
And Levon, he stayed true to his preparation. Again, French defense against Wesley, no matter against whom.
He practiced it last night.
Also, Wesley, changing one game d4, another one e4. So in this one, he chose d4, and so that was it. So they played this line with knight c3, went smoothly. Both, of course, knew the theory quite well, and. I think
whenever
this
I see
knight
the
on
French,
d6 looked
I see the
pretty
knight on
nice,
d6,
yes.
the king on f8. This looks bad for black,
But
right?
I think Levon is quite optimistic. I think he learned those positions and he feels pretty fun about them, especially after training with Fabi. I guess it helped a lot. What I can say that they repeated once in that game, and then later on they had the same moment that they could avoid repetition, but Levon decided not to do so. They repeated here and the game finished in a draw. But perhaps Levon had the chance to continue the game by taking this pawn on c2. This was the only moment when probably he could have played.
It does look a bit dangerous, and I think it was tied with this rook takes a6, queen c8. You're setting up this idea on the c
So
file.
if I move my rook on d6,
and then
for
maybe
example,
try to go g5.
G5.
Now, obviously, you cannot take because you get checkmated. Now, the rook on h8 gets activated.
Exactly, yes. You don't open, h file for sure, but what else can you play? Maybe you move the rook somewhere?
It's still very complex.
So yeah, position was still complicated. So let's jump on your game, Cristian.
Absolutely, and I was watching this Alireza versus Anish. Alireza obviously very disappointed after the last game. He's lost against MVL. I have to say, I don't remember when he beat MVL. He always gets close to beating MVL, and then he either draws or in this case, he actually loses. And I have to say, this game, it was very straightforward. Alireza really got a miniature going. Take a look at this attack. Queen to g4, a nice Najdorf, queen takes e6. The queen invaded black's territory. Bishop takes c5, rook to d3, and on the light squares, just a masterful execution. King to f8, h4, king to b1, tuck the king in so that you don't have any problems. And after a3, exchange the rooks, you're still in exchange up. And black's pieces, they're not very harmonious in this position. Bishop to d3.
How to play this in Blitz, my God.
You cannot. And this is exactly why he resigned, because once you do this, I can just give you a check. You cannot go to g8 because I'll give you another check. And if you go to h8, I give you a checkmate.
Checkmate, yes, here. Okay, yes, it's cute. Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful game, guys. Let's take a look once again at the standings as we enter the final 5 rounds.
Yeah, look at this 5.5 gap between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, which means Fabiano won the tournament 5 rounds to go.
Still big battle for the podium. We'll go on a short commercial break, and Anastasiya actually caught up with Fabiano himself.
Yes.
Let's take a look.
Fabi, welcome to Grand Chess Tour, welcome to Zagreb. We all made it from Bucharest here to Zagreb, but I still wanted to speak a little bit about this last day, what happened in Bucharest. It seemed like you had really mixed feelings. So what about now? Like, what are your feelings about what happened in the last round?
Yeah, it's hard for me to say. I can't decide if I'm happy or not, because like overall, of course, it's good to win. But I was very lucky that Alireza didn't win. I did lose a game, which was very costly potentially. And sharing first did have its downsides, even though I won the playoff. it still had its downsides in terms of the amount of FIDE circuit points I got for this, and so on. So there's a lot of very mixed emotions with this end of the tournament. But if I look at it from the point of view of like what happened after I messed up, then I can't be too upset.
It's not that often that I kind of could identify your emotions, and I came to you and I said, like, it seems like you were angry, you crushed everyone's 3-0, and I mean, not just everyone, like Gukesh, Prague and Alireza, and like, so how did you deal with that emotion which came after that loss? Like how difficult it was for you?
I think it wasn't so bad that I didn't have to wait and think about it too much. It's just like I had 10 minutes and then I heard that Alireza didn't win. And I already had a feeling that maybe he was moving in that direction, just seeing like his body language after I finished my game. It seemed like he was already upset a little bit that the game wasn't finished yet, that he was still failing or struggling to convert. And so, yeah, it was a good feeling that, you know, despite the fact that I lost, I still have a chance. And it's not all bad. It's like the worst, of course, would be that I just, you know, get +1, Alireza gets +2, and that's the end of the tournament. It's that would be really a really unfortunate feeling to have. But yeah, I was happy that I'm still playing a playoff. I'm still fighting for something at least. Maybe it's not good. Maybe I'll still lose the playoff and it won't be good, but at least I still have something to play for. And okay, I thought, yeah, maybe my chances aren't too high as well. You know, it's like 4 of us and we all have our chances. I know how strong these guys are in playoff format, in rapid format. Alireza is super experienced. He's even beaten Magnus in this exact type of format. And Pragnanta got to the final of the World Cup in this rapid chess format. He knocked me out, he knocked Hikaru out. Gukesh may be a little bit less experienced, but still, he's obviously you can't take anything away from the candidates winner. So it's not like I had some huge hopes, but anyway, I thought, okay, I'll play. And like 5 minutes before the game starts, I was like, okay, what do I play? I know I'm playing Gukesh, and then I'm playing Alireza, so what do I play on first move? And he said, okay, just play c4 and play d3 after that, and you'll get a position. And that's what happened. It was a good decision. I played c4 twice. I got exactly what I wanted. I played c4, d3. I got what I wanted, and I got two wins. And that was very important. And then in the last round, still could have gone wrong, but luckily things worked out.
Was it like good warm-up for the tournament in Croatia?
I hope so, but it's totally different. Yeah, we're playing 25 minutes instead of 10 minutes, so it's much longer. It's going to feel almost like classical after that.
And you know, Fabio, from what I see, from what I read, interviews, and I remember this moment also in the candidates tournament, like you always blaming yourself for mistakes, for all decisions, for the results. Like, do you believe that this is the right approach if you want to progress in chess? Like, what do you think about this?
I don't know, but it's like these two instances that you mentioned. It's hard to find another person to blame than my own play in this case, especially against Jan. And yeah, in the last round against Anish, and I think maybe I need to find some solution to my poor play sometimes in these critical moments, which didn't used to happen, but unfortunately in like last few tournaments, it has affected me. There are times when you're also unlucky, and I will say if I'm getting unlucky in some tournament, it can also happen. I think luck does balance out, like you sometimes get lucky, sometimes get unlucky. I can't complain about the end of the tournament. I think I got more luck than bad luck if you look at it from the whole point of view. And in terms of the candidates, of course, you can look at it like maybe I was a bit unlucky at some moment, but in the critical moment, it was my responsibility to try to win this position.
Yeah, and my last question, Levon Aronian was here before you came, and he said that for him the most important game is the game against you, because you're competing for who's the champion of St. Louis Main Street. So what do you think about it, and how important is it for you to keep the title?
Yeah, of course. Well, you know, Levon, we do live very nearby. And in St. Louis, there's a huge amount of very strong players. But we're living particularly nearby, and very often we even see each other. Like I can walk to him, and I've been over to his house many times. We also have a long history of playing together. So first time we played was 2008. I was 16 at the time. I think it was after I turned 16. And he was already one of the best players in the world. I was still trying to get up there. We were playing the Olympiad both on the first board, and I didn't have a chance at that time against him. So he beat me very easily. After the game, his advice was to study openings, because I didn't survive the opening. And that was the first time we played, and then we played like a million times after that. I can't count how many games. So it's very back and forth, and it's always fun to play him. So I look forward to this one as well.
Yeah, and we're all looking forward to your play here in Zagreb. Thank you so much, Fabio, for your time. All the best of luck.
Thank you. Thanks.
National titles are on the line as young phenoms and established legends convene in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the 2024 U.S. Junior Girls, Juniors and Seniors Championship. Beginning July 16th, 30 players across 3 fields will compete for over $130,000 prize fund. Returning champs Melikset Katiyan and Alice Lee will look to defend their title, while Christopher Yu looks to reclaim his title after missing the event last year. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels. Welcome back. It's round 14 of the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz. And we already have some sensational news because, as we saw in the last round, Fabiano Caruana is uncatchable. No one can take that, or catch up that lead. It's been an early morning start.
Good morning, St. Louis.
24.5 points.
Impressive. It's truly impressive. Our congratulations to the champion, Fabiano Caruana. It's all about that fight for second.
Yes, and he is the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz champion. $40,000, richer 13 Grand Chess Tour points. He's a happy man indeed.
Exactly. And tell us about the pairings for this round 14 that's coming up, Jovi.
Yes, indeed. You know, because there are 2 questions at stake. Who will be in second place? And also, will Fabiano managed to pass 27 in terms of score. So let's have a look. Nepomniachtchi has white against Vidit. Right. Gukesh has white against Saric. Fabiano Caruana plays Wesley So. That's going to be our marquee matchup. Yes. Levon Aronian plays Alireza Firouzja, who's in shared second. Anish Giri plays Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's also in shared second.
And Levon will be our backup, and the game's underway. It's the English opening. Fabi has played once again on his second move, d2, d3, and he's been experimenting with a kind of a Sicilian reverse. Now, when you get into these positions, yes, it's absolutely fine. d7, d5, no question, you can get a Sicilian reverse. But I really think that an excellent move is to play the move e5, e4. And the whole idea, if you think about a Budapest gambit, is you want this bishop open. You want to have this bishop on this long diagonal, and you want castles and rook e8. If you can maintain the knight on e4 for just that extra tempo or two, you get to play d6, bishop f5. And trust me when I say black is better in those cases. Hence, we see queen c2. Also, it's for that reason that white most often plays knight c3 in order to prevent this move e4. Queen c2. I don't know, is this still standard territory?
No one has touched this
It's
position
rather
with
unique.
white.
Yeah.
There we see queen e7. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir with Wesley. He really does subscribe to that idea. The knight on e4, strong piece.
Strong piece.
How can you shift it? Do you have to go make moves like knight to d2?
I think the answer to the question is absolutely yes, and yes indeed. Because again, if you give black a free hand to play d6, followed by bishop f5, you're going to really rue the day you played queen c2. What?
Rook a2.
Okay, I know Fabi has won the tournament, and our congratulations, but this is madness. What are you doing?
And there you see d6,
b4. Whoa, okay. So you're not allowing knight c5 and bishop f5, but really? Okay, I'm a little bit stunned. Bishop to d3. There is a, careful, pay attention. There is a g4 sighting. Well.
He's just castled.
He's inviting the move g4. What is the answer to g4? Knight takes f2. What is the answer to g4? He didn't play. Okay, now black has gotten everything he wants. Rook e8, and so forth and so on. But g4, I'm still mortified.
My evaluation bar was still in 50%, so I think that G4 perhaps wasn't as winning as it looked. But
okay, that's good to know.
E8.
I love outposts. Outposts for my squares. Outposts for my pieces, pardon me. Squares for my pieces. I like the move A5, trying to win. When the rook was on A2, I like to play the move A5, trying to win the outpost on C5. But he has traded, and now something about this pin is a little bit awkward.
Well, you have knight c3 in the agenda. Knight
For
c3 followed by knight to d5. It's time for black to do something.
Exactly.
Bishop g4.
Bishop g4, just a moment ago when the rook was on a2 and I was thinking a5, now I don't see that as being that effective as it was a moment ago. He's played it in this move order. A5.
And
so
now?
here I would play b5, the knight would go back to d8, and I would play knight to d4. So in that case, I'm threatening to kind of double the pawns, right?
Right, and then you have to pedal backwards with the bishop as well.
Yes. And
it feels like white is the one
getting some space, right?
getting there with ideas of b6 as well.
Exactly. Bishop takes e4, knight c3, and as you just said, b6. So for the moment, I think there's a certain timing issues against Wesley as we see we've come to taking our Hobbit cams. Basically, these are very nicely hidden cameras of the players so we can get the full measure of what it's like facing one another. And here we see b5. Oh,
knight e5.
Knight e5.
Okay.
Bishop takes e4.
Bishop takes knight.
What am I missing? I feel like is the rook hanging? Whoa, whoa, whoa. There was a queen g5 check possibility. But knight to d4. Knight takes
bishop.
Knight takes f5.
Yes.
G takes f5, unless I'm missing something not so obvious. Queen takes d3.
Now you can also go for the counterattack, queen f6.
So let's try it again. Knight takes f5.
Oh, hang on a second. There's been a big blunder.
What?
Knight d4. Knight d4 awarded on my screen with a question mark because you can just simply go knight takes bishop. And now here, this is the counterpoint. I was thinking queen f6, but you can go queen e5. And you cannot take the knight because the rook is hanging.
You're saying he blundered in exchange?
Mm-hmm.
Did Fabi?
Yeah, he blundered in exchange. Queen takes knight is going to be met by queen takes rook.
Indeed.
And this is one of the things, you strive to win the competition. You win it with 5 rounds to spare. You reach the pinnacle, and then you just kind of mentally let go. You don't put as much energy into the event.
Exactly. You've achieved your goal. Your goal was to win the tournament, and then you suddenly, you switch off your brain. Queen e5 with the double threat of queen takes b2, knight takes b2.
And if the rook just moves to a2?
Then, just a second, and we just saw that move, rook to a2. I think there's a knight takes f2, but which knight, by the way? Because this knight looks the more tempting, doesn't it?
Yep, I would go for that knight as well, because then the e pawn drops. And as pawn grabbers, we're maximalists at heart. What's better than one pawn?
But two. I got that. Yeah. No, I'm thinking knight on d3 takes f2, by the way. I think that's just the safest alternative, because you're threatening to go knight to g4 now. So that's one pawn in your pocket, and you'll be also checkmating on h2. So rook takes f2, knight takes f2, and as you said, the e3 pawn is hanging. So I'm thinking any knight moves, knight to d4, knight to g4 is over, knight to h6 check, and knight takes f7. If the knights had been in the other way, knight on d3, knight on f2, I'd have queen takes d3.
Right.
Because the king would be on
Well,
f7.
maybe you have knight h6. I'm just thinking of ways to mix it up. Knight h6, king goes to g7, knight takes pawn.
Yep.
Get your king on the same line as the knight, and now knight to d2. And it is what it is.
The brilliant getting
I've
your king
literally
out of
lost
the
a
pin.
knight as well.
Thank you for coming. Oh boy. Yeah, but I do see this hiccup by Fabi being that he's clinched the tournament and he just had a letdown.
And well, the milestone for Fabi to reach is that he wants to get to 27 points. The most points that have ever been scored.
That would be a historic
It
victory.
would be 26.5 points.
And think about all the tournaments that Magnus Carlsen has won on the GCT tour, or the Rapid and Blitz tournaments, I mean. And to outperform Magnus, who is considered the greatest Blitz and Rapid player, would be
and
extraordinary.
Right, and it was just last year that he got 26.5. And we can remember from Warsaw that Magnus got 26 points. Wei got 25.5 points.
Amazing. That was great
But in
stuff.
order to do that, he had to win 10 games in a row over 2 days. And
Which he did.
Which he did, because he's that good. And
He
then
really
we
is.
see knight takes e3. But
So that's
white's
pawn number 2. And unfortunately for Fabi, there's knight g4, and I think that's just
That's
resigns.
game over, because you attack the rook, you attack the pawn, you threaten queen e1 check.
Yes, so knight g4 is, we think, a clincher, but I mean, 2 pawns up, I'm sure, you know, I mean, it's...
Also, how can we admit knight takes e4, Yasser?
One other point worthy note. By the way, something to be said for queen c5 as well.
Okay,
Well,
knight
there
takes
you go.
e4. Of course, Wesley, a certified member of the Pawn Grabber Association. As
Absolutely.
materialists, I love queen c5.
Queen c5,
Queen
pin
e1
him,
check. What else?
pin him and win him.
Hang on, we can go queen e1 check and then queen e3.
That's very convincing.
Why win 3 pawns when you
Yeah,
can have 4?
that is very, very convincing.
And
I mean,
indeed, this is...
Fabi's just playing on, you know, the adrenaline rush and everything else.
Yeah.
Rook to c, rook to
8
e5.
seconds for Fabi.
Wow.
And so many pawns down.
Yeah. Well, just bring everybody into play. A little something to be said for knight c4. I mean, fishing for yet another pawn, but okay.
I liked doubling on the e-line
I
that you suggested
love
earlier.
doubling.
B6, well, Fabi's trying to mix things up, but knight c4. And
Knight
there you
c4.
go.
Yeah. Followed by knight takes b6. When it rains, it pours. Knight takes b6.
There you go. Another pawn has fallen off the board. And Fabi keeping the game alive just because of the clock situation.
Exactly.
But 6 seconds for Fabi, 40 seconds for Wesley.
Yeah, rook on e8 to e5 and knight to d5. This is child's play now.
Yeah, well, he doesn't need to do that. And there we see a
enough.
handshake.
Enough.
And a win for Wesley.
That was crucial.
Very important in that race for second place.
What's happened in Firouzja's game?
Well,
or should we go to
let's go
MVL?
straight to MVL, who is in
against
shared
Anish.
second.
It's a minor piece ending, but the knight and the king, a lot of shouldering, and MVL should win this game.
And there comes the pawn.
MVL's winning. His knight will jump to h2. Knight will go to f3.
Yeah. It's been a bad day for Anish.
To
there we see
h2, and that's a queen.
in MVL.
Wins the game.
Let's
Firouzja
go to
Levon.
Aronian against Firouzja.
As promised, this was going to be our backup game.
And
Looks like
Alireza,
2
pawns up.
An easily winning game for Alireza. And for
There's
Alireza,
a trick on the board. Knight
watch out for
E5.
knight e5. Oh, those tricky knights.
And there we see resignation from Levon. So, wow. The race for second place is intense.
Yes.
Because Wesley So, MVL, and okay.
All one.
Let's see whether Gukesh can turn his fortunes around and string together something important.
Ouch. But this is a draw. Easy draw with the rook and bishop fortress. Yep. King G1, rook E3, and easy draw. That's right. I'm sorry. The players can't offer a draw to one another.
Well, it's very important for Gukesh just to anchor the rook, put it on E3, G3, it's fine. And there's just no way for the black king to make any inroads.
Exactly, because the rook will patrol this third rank, so the king can never cross to, let's say, E1.
Yeah.
And finally, the players have made a repetition, a draw. But you're absolutely right. The fight for second is so intense, and everybody in contention won.
Absolutely.
Miro, over to you. Wow.
Well, I don't know what to say. Look, 4 games won with black, which is already huge, right?
Right.
We've seen a couple of examples
Black
of
magic.
absolutely games turning upside down. And strangely, you guys were covering Fabi's game, but I want to add a bit to what was happening early in the opening.
Yeah, because we were looking at G4,
because
rook
this
E2.
apparently was prepared.
Yeah,
and
obviously.
this whole setup seems to be trickier than you would think, right? Okay. So after bishop d3 castles, this g4, right?
Yeah.
That's first time that I had questions before I checked. So it turns out knight g5. So black always has this trick or other trick. It's never the same. That's amazing. It's never the same. You would think, okay, there is one trick which always works, but like, no, it's always different. So after g4, and yeah, if you take on g4, guess what? White just wins a piece, right?
Right.
But yeah, there is knight g5 threatening this little check, and when you take on g5, this is the moment where black can capture d3 intermediate. Right, so rook, wait a second. So it was castles, rook f8, all good. Bishop b2, rook b2, a5, b5. And after knight e5, I was also surprised. What happens if bishop takes e4?
Exactly.
And this is, well, in fact, it wasn't bad, but believe it or not, after bishop h3, you're a piece up, but there is no comfortable move. So the best white can do, well, this is a very serious threat.
It is.
So the best white can do is go f4,
return
the bishop, right, or you can actually start by taking on f1, you would think, but then after bishop b7, white is very happy.
Right.
Even sacrificing in exchange, sometimes this is like a typical thing. So queen takes e4, queen e4, rook e4, and rook to c1. So you've exchanged your light square bishops, but queens are gone as well, and that makes it not as dangerous for white. Knight d2, and so on. The game goes on. I expect it to be roughly equal. So after knight e5, the whole, I believe after a5, the whole b5 may be not great. Maybe the whole opening line is not great, because I'm yet to see where Fabi was hoping to get an opening advantage. Knight d4 is clearly a blunder. And yeah, we've seen what he was relying on is knight f5, and after queen e5 it didn't work. After queen d3, black would take knight f2, and that's once again
an extra
something a little bit tricky. Yeah, so 2 times this queen is attacked. And after knight f5, just knight d3, right? It doesn't matter if the queen taken with a check. It's white's already down a pawn, plus this structure is horrible.
Yeah. Thank you, Mira, for those additional insights.
So let's take a look at the standings after 4 decisive victory for the black pieces. And there we see Fabiano Caruana remains at
lead has shrunk
24.5, but you know, he still cannot be caught. Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, Alireza, Firouzja, they're on 20 points. Wesley So keeping pace, 19.5 points, and Levon Aronian there with 16.5 points.
It has to be said, Wesley So, congratulations for stopping Fabi's win streak.
Yeah. Let's go over to Croatia, where we have Anastasiya and Cristian ready to share with us their insights.
But guys, it's such a huge battle for the podium, right? Only half a point separating the second place from the fourth place. So definitely a lot of fight left. Anastasiya, which game were you following?
I was following the game of Jan Nepomniachtchi, really, really nice game. So he decided to go with King's Gambit. Look at this F4.
He wrote a course on it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And guess what? He survived in the opening. That's important,
okay.
you know, because with King's Gambit, you never know. Things can go wrong for white and for black both ways. So he survived.
But you can also win out of the opening.
You can do so, yes, if you are lucky. But believe me, I've been there many times. I played myself King's Gambit, and if you survived the opening with white, you're doing well, really. So this was the case. He decided to go back with his knight. You know, no, he doesn't stay. You don't stay there, and he managed to finish the development. Everybody finished the development in this game, but you see, it's opposite side castling. The center is pretty closed, and after that, after some exchanges in the center, I think black was doing really well. You know, e5 square is controlled. There is no attack, you know, on the king's side, on the queen's side. Yes, so white it's really hard for white to arrange anything right now.
That's the race. I'm trying to do something on the queen's side. You're trying to do something on the king's side.
But still, there was some fight in the center as well. So Vidit came with this interesting move f5, trying, you know, to open up a little bit here. Bishop c3, and you see a lot of fight in the middle of the board. Some exchanges. Queens left the board, but still it was just the beginning.
This is looking good for Jan.
At this moment, but not for long. Look what happened after. I think there was some misunderstanding at one point, like after e7, you cannot take this pawn, it seems. Let's see why.
Well, you can, but I will take on f4.
Yes, you can take on f4, yes. So you just exchange it and it will be good for white. So it was the right moment to push this pawn forward. And then after like rook e8, g4 move was a crucial mistake for white.
Yeah.
He could play this move, as you put it very nicely before, like good idea, but wrong. But he put it wrongly. Yes, you first had to take it on the 5, and only after black would have taken here, then you play g4, using the fact that rook on f5 is pinned, pawn on f4 is pinned because rook is hanging. So. Unfortunately for Jan, after g4 immediately knight could take on g4, and now he just lost a pawn after that. Yes, and e7 pawn is falling as well. So after that, Vidit was always better, and he just finished the game.
And I have to say, it's so difficult to play on your birthday, and Jan is playing on his birthday. So happy birthday! It's not a great tournament right now for him, Jan, but still. It's a good day for him in that regard. Now let's take a look at what happened in this game that you guys caught the final moments of Alireza with the black pieces facing Levon, and in fact he won a very nice game. Let's see how they got to where they were. Sicilian Alireza, I have to say, he has been very combative in this tournament. He's throwing the gauntlet. He's not afraid. He's ready to play any and all types of sharp positions. Bishop to e3, bishop e7. G5, take a look at this, immediately launching an attack on the king side, taking advantage of the fact that he hasn't castled yet. D4, Levon is trying to strike back in the center.
Yes, in the center, typical idea, right?
Very
if somebody is trying on the side.
Then you try to counter in the center. That's how I was taught when I was a kid. I don't know, maybe the rules have changed nowadays.
These days you never know, yes.
But the kids are getting so good nowadays, maybe they have different rules, right?
Yes, I agree.
Knight takes d5, knight to f6, and still, you see the king on g8. It feels a bit airy, right, with all these knights swarming around, but the two bishops are doing a tremendous job defending, coupled with the knight on f6 as well and the queen on e5. And why decide to go into the endgame? But I have to say, now you will understand that the two bishops are so powerful, especially the dark square bishop, and you can never take on e6, because once you do that, I will kick your knight away from f5. So huge dilemma for white to solve right now. Lost the pawn with knight b5. And unfortunately, there was no coming back for Levon after this one. Two knights, they're beautiful, but unfortunately for you, the rook on a2, I'm going to bring the other rook on the c file and try to threaten checkmates and all sorts of nasty ideas in the position. And this was pretty much all she wrote. You guys caught these final few moments. Rook and bishop versus a rook and knight, but a couple of extra points for black.
Very powerful play by Alireza. He really needs to catch up now if he wants to try to fight for the pedestal, as you said. You know, I just checked the statistics, and he won the tournament in St. Louis 4 rounds to go. So Fabi is doing great. You know? He wanted 5 rounds to go, but Alireza was also almost there.
He broke a record for the moment, and right now, still 3 points. He lost against Wesley, by the way. I think the first loss of the day, but right now he needs 3 out of the last 4 to break the 27 points record. Will he be able to do it? Guys, what do you think?
That is the question.
Good question.
Whether Fabi is going to actually just like take the foot off the pedal and just relax.
No. Let's see the standings. We want records. Records are made to be broken,
Absolutely.
Jovi.
And there we see Fabi there at the top with 24.5 points. Maxime and Alireza are, well, they're on 20 points. There's such an intense race for second place. Wesley So is there on 4th place with 19.5 points. So it's between those 3 who'll be able to snatch second place and that $30,000 second prize.
And the Grand Chess Tour points. Tell us about the pairings for this upcoming round 15.
Well, they're exciting as always. Anish Giri has white against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Then we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who plays Levon Aronian. Alireza plays Fabiano Caruana. That's going to be our marquee matchup. We'll see whether Alireza can make those strides to get a clear second. Wesley So, also not far from second place. He plays Gukesh, and Ivan Saric plays Vidit Gujrathi.
I'll use NVL and Levon as our backup game just in case. And Miro, we've seen this time and time again in tournaments where, you know, you've clinched first and then you let up. Oof.
Yeah, well, the thing is, in my understanding, that's a unique situation. Specifically because of 5 rounds to go. Because, yes, there is this indecisiveness when you won the tournament with 1 round to spare. And then we've seen like a quick draw. We've seen some people just, I wouldn't care, and that sometimes they would lose. Magnus wins very often. When he won the tournament, he's getting kind of motivated. I'll show you who's the boss, right? With 5 rounds, I don't know what to do.
I remember with Nepo in the candidates, he'd clinched the tournament
with 1 round to spare,
and he collapsed
live.
And the joke was he celebrated 1 day too soon.
Yeah, but not too soon because he won the tournament, right?
In this case, you had 5 rounds to celebrate.
You have no choice but to play, and maybe it's a good thing that Fabi is aware of this record that he can potentially break. Usually that's, you know, that's commentators' thing. Like we find like different, sometimes obscure stats and say he's about to beat like the number of long castles record. And the players wouldn't have a clue what we're talking about.
Fabi knows.
Fabi knows it himself.
He mentioned it in the interview yesterday with Cristian that he had to get 27 points.
Right, he had that awareness. Well, he's got to score 3 out of 4. Maybe he will find that motivation to do precisely that and create a historic record in our Grand Chess Tour, because he is our champion in that fight for second. In this upcoming round, Firouzja, which Fabi will he be facing? Will he be facing the Fabi that won all those games in a row, or the one we just saw who lost to Wesley?
It's also Alireza. He's a phenomenal blitz player.
And
he's
Fabi
been doing
will
so
want
well.
to,
Alireza there with 20 points. He will want to win.
Yeah.
And just make sure that the second place is in his grasp. Because like you mentioned, Grand Chess Tour points, super important. Also very important to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who wants that invitation back for next year.
Exactly, he does.
And when we look at money, take a look at this. So first place is gone to Fabi, that's no doubt about that. The second place, $30,000. Third place, $25,000. Fourth place, $20,000. And it's a big difference, you know, 5th place and second place, it's like half.
Exactly. Will there be a sharing?
Or sharing of the prize? I know, these guys are greedy.
Exactly.
They want it all.
Exactly. And Firouzja, MVL, and Wesley are all fighting. And again, from Wesley's point of view, that win that he just had was huge. He winning with white against our tournament winner.
Winning black, yeah.
Pardon me, winning with black against our tournament winner, Fabiano, and just stopping the streak to begin with. Wesley would take that.
Yeah, you get bragging rights as well.
Yeah.
And let's take a look at the Grand Chess Tour standings. And of course, this doesn't yet include Fabiano's win, But these are after 2 events. That is the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland and the Superbet Classic. There we see Pragnananda is at the top. You know, he did come 3rd in the Superbet Rapid and Blitz, and also he shared 1st place. There had to be that 4-way tie.
When you update Fabi's score of 9.25 with 13,
you'll find that he rises to the top.
Exactly, 22.25. But Alireza, don't forget, with a win, with a 2nd place finish, pardon me, I mean to put it like that, he would get 11 points and he'd be in the chase as the players will return to St. Louis to conclude the Grand Chess Tour in the Rapid and Blitz as well as the Sinquefield Cup. Players getting ready to take their places, seats for round 15.
And just like magic, we whisked them to their chairs. And
Right? Like, how did we do that? Boy, Kevin, our cameraman, must be really good.
Yeah.
Getting the grandmasters to sit down is like herding cats.
There we see Alireza, white pieces against Fabiano.
Getting into the zone. Now,
I like that, cracking the knuckles, ready for the fight that is about to appear. And Alireza, he's one of the most creative players around, very dangerous.
Exactly.
You always feel like the players don't quite have a measure of him. They feel like he's so unpredictable that the genius could show up and then maybe a different caliber of player.
The potential and talent, if you want to put it like that, is absolutely enormous. It's off the chart. And it's only a few years ago that Alireza was storming the chess world and then stunned the chess world at the same time by saying he really is inspired by fashion. And he was thinking about moving into the fashion world and design and what have you. And I was like,
loved
what?
that, by the way.
You did? I was horrified.
He had the confidence to do that because it takes guts to give up on a lifelong dream and go, hang on a second, I want to just pivot and try my hand at something else.
Kaisa is a fickle mistress. She doesn't like you doing anything but playing chess. So,
but your brain loves it when you do other things as
challenge. The challenge.
Exactly.
Okay, the challenge is very clear. Alireza is in a race with MBL and Wesley. He needs a result.
Yeah, and there we see E4, E5
Joko
playing.
piano.
Yes, D3, D6.
I
So
noticed
far, so good.
when Alireza put his bishop on c4 in the initial move, it wasn't really centered. Then he played the move d3 and centered it. So I've always liked it to place the pieces as accurately as possible in squares. A2, A4.
Well, we saw an unusual move there
Bishop
from Alireza. Bishop B6. I was expecting H6, Knight F6.
By Fabi with the black pieces. Bishop B6 is a very peculiar move. A6 or A5 or something of that nature, but already committing the bishop to B6 makes me at least consider the idea of maneuvering the knight ASAP to the c4 square and tickle the bishop. We did see the move b4. Again, very crafty play by Alireza as he's leaving castles and delaying the moves a little bit. H7, H6. Also a little crafty play.
It has been played before, 7 games in my database. White has mainly castled, as you mentioned. Knight D2 has also been tried. Bishop E3, I think maybe not that move. We're going to see H3. Now there's no games. But you feel like the contours of the position are so familiar that the players know instinctively what plans to go for.
Yeah, H2, H3, what can I say? It's, my brain turns to mush when I see these positions because, like you say, they're so transpositional. But this one is definitely not in the playbook. I have seen the knight on c6 go to e7 so that it can transfer to g6, but I am almost always, and I mean capital exclamation mark, seeing the knight go to f6. Knight e7. This is really off the track.
And now go knight g6. But this knight maneuver, again, seems to be like the most fashionable way to play the low pass. And knight to f1.
Knight to f1.
Castles is a
Knight
last
to
move.
g3 to...
Exactly, to eyeball the f5 square.
Exactly. By the way, the players are kind of taking their time.
Well, they've played a
Yes,
lot of moves,
no?
11 moves, and Alireza's 3 minutes and 52 seconds, whereas Fabi has 4 minutes and ticking down to 10 seconds.
Queen to b3. I was thinking castles and bishop takes c4, d takes c4, double my pawns, yet they're kind of useful. Queen b3 intimates that he wants to recapture with the queen. And he's done that.
Mm-hmm.
Now again, this knight is so strangely placed on g6. The knight on f6 is so common. Knight back to e7. Sometimes you do want to just toss in the move a5 and gain a little space.
All
Sorry,
right,
please.
because the knight is on g6, I'm thinking you can slide over to the corner with the king and then go for f5, being the break. For queen d7.
A little bit, yeah, you can do that. A little bit dangerous. I'm seeing, if I'm white, I'm playing
A5,
for
D4.
a5 and d4, and to try to take some of the sting out of the potential f7, f5.
Mm-hmm. I like this plan because in these type of positions, it's all about playing d4 when black isn't quite ready for it. And you can stand there with the tension for quite a while, but it's not really clear what black is doing. You know, white has a lot of happy moves. You support the center, you centralize your rooks. I love a5. It's like the modern way of playing chess.
Exactly.
d5.
a5, bishop a7, bishop e3 was a possibility. No. Bishop e3 immediately, d5 came immediately, and queen b3 immediately. So pause, 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 because you start to look at ideas of bishop takes e3 and or d5, d4. Now that the pawn is on d5, I'm warming up to your suggestion, Jovi, of playing f5 in this position.
That's because I'm a thug at times.
A thug.
Absolutely. I like direct play. Rook to d8. But you know, I think Fabi is very much in the same page as us.
Centralizing.
Thinking about centralizing. And when the time is right, you don't need to rush with it. f5.
Again, sorry to be a broken record. The inclusion of a5, I'd feel just a tad more comfortable with, noticing that the queen is targeting the a-pawn. By the way, you called yourself a thug. I love that video with Grishuk. It's a thug's life.
Yes.
I mean, isn't that an instant classic?
It was good. He's one of the funniest people in chess. And there you see.
Brilliant. Rook to d1.
I'm expecting Fabi to just wait. I don't know, I really like getting the king away from the white queen's eye line.
Yeah, some happy moves as you described them. King h7, king h8, c7, c6. There's an argument to be made for that move. And finally, and most pertinently, f7, f5 is a move I'd really consider.
In the center. That one I wasn't thinking, because I thought it's very good to maintain the tension for as long as possible, but he captured with the pawn.
Queen to c6.
I thought he would capture with the knight to preserve the integrity of the pawns, but nope.
Nope. I think the issue with the recapture of the knight was knight to d5. Pawn on e3 is a little sensitive, but these pawns are ugly. They are ugly, but they control important squares. The e3 pawn stops the knight from jumping to f4. The e4 pawn just keeps the knight on e7 at bay. Now the question is queen c6. Where should he go?
I was thinking queen e6.
No.
Let's have some poetry on the board.
These players have no sense of aesthetics.
And now what you've got to do is put your knight on e2, and then the transformation is complete.
No.
Okay, but of course, h4 played.
h4 was a strange move. King to remember, open files, rooks love open files, clear. So what you have to do to neutralize an open file is to control the business squares. Put the king on e2, and you control both the f and the d file. h4, no.
Okay, well, knight c6,
no.
h5, knight e7.
See, the problem is
knight h8.
The problem is that the knight was doing nothing on g6. So you've just spent 2 moves pushing the knight to a better circuit. The knight would be better placed. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, hang on a second. There's another one, yes.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I may stand corrected. Just a second.
Well, hang on a second, because there's a counterattack against b5.
Yes, it is.
So Fabi keeping the game alive tactically. How do you defend that? c4?
Well,
knight to f7.
c4, knight to f7. It's not the end of the story, because you could end up transferring the knight to a gorgeous square. The knight will be anchored by the h5 pawn on the g6 square. So here c4, knight f7, knight h4 would have my attention, as would the more direct, if you will, knight takes e5.
And he goes for that one. Knight takes b5.
And something like c4 at that moment.
He
Rook
trades
takes f1. Okay.
You have to capture with the rook.
That's clear.
And now knight takes b5.
Okay. So now in this case, knight to e2, knight to d4 would have my attention.
Mm-hmm. And
the knight on g3 has got to get into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. But then this knight on b5 is going to park itself on d6. Counterattack e4.
We'll deal with that. Clock time, sorry, Jovi?
Both players around the 1 minute and 20-second mark. And I can, well, in the big fight for second place, I can tell you that MVL is better against Levon Aronian. So this is definitely a game that Alireza wants to be scoring.
Ooh, c4. That's a big time move. c4, I'm not sure. I'm looking at these knights. They do look ugly, but as soon as you start to see knight to g5 and knight to
Rook
f7.
B1. There's the weak pawn on b7. Let's go.
Well spotted.
Well, thank you very much.
You start to look, once you have that kind of mentality, you start to look for targets. And what is the weaknesses? By the way, that knight
rook
on
b1 indeed played. Knight g5, rook b1. And I also like this pattern of a pawn on c5 attacking like a horse. This pawn on b7, it just restrains it. And 50 seconds there for Fabiano Caruana.
By the way, do you hear the crying of the knight on h8? It's saying, get me into the game. Please get me into the game. I feel useless. So pay attention to that. Rook to b8, what is the plan after rook b8? I know it's passive, but I'm defending an important pawn.
Right, you do have a knight
He's done it.
e5, knight c6.
Ooh. That.
I see all the tactics when it comes to pawn hunting.
Wow.
b6 quickly played.
I am impressed. Knight to c6.
And by the way, MVL has won against Levon. So he moves
Huge
to 21 points. This is absolutely huge.
By the way, it's ugly. It's very, very ugly, but I would play rook b7.
He's done it.
Just with the intention of bringing that knight into the game. I know I have this temporary issues. Rook to b4. Okay, that seeks to release the
Finally,
knight on g3.
the knight comes out of his own cage.
Right. Can I squirm? Oh, that was a
e5. This is a nice move, controlling d4, f4.
But knight.
Yeah, the pressure is on Fabi. He doesn't have too much time either. 9 seconds.
Sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board. But knight to c1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was Fabi's idea. He's trying to force the capture so he can recapture with the rook.
Yeah. The king's now walking into play.
And now I would probably play knight to d8.
Well, Fabi made that move with 3 seconds left on the clock.
Did he?
Yes.
That's not much time.
No.
Knight to d8. Get rid of that knight. Defend the rook so that we can play b6 takes c5.
Yeah, a set of knights have left the board.
Important. Ooh,
Yeah, but
Fabi
you can-
recaptured with the knight, not with the king.
Well, he had to protect the rook so that he can threaten b takes c5. And so that's why we see a trade, but Alireza winning the e-pawn.
I would have traded the rooks. If I were Fabi in that situation, I would have taken on b6 with the rook because I want to play a knight ending with a pass pawn.
Oh my goodness me, the b-pawn is under fire and, well, Fabi losing that pawn.
And
the king
this fight
steps
for
up
the
to
center.
f4.
Alireza is going to take
You
the
can go,
pawn.
you can take it. No, you can't. You can go knight c6.
Check. And then take the pawn.
He almost grabbed that pawn and then
He
that
almost
would have
did
been
it
a
with the
blunder.
wrong. Yeah, then he would have been pinned. A tenth of a second, 1 second for Fabi.
Yeah, they're on their seconds.
He didn't play king f5. Oh.
No, the players are just playing on instinct. And,
91?
Knight,
Yes,
knight
he's done
f3.
it.
And now
He's winning. King to f5.
and there you go.
And there you go. And that fight for second, you mentioned MVL did win against
He won,
Levon.
and Alireza beat.
Do we have any other games currently in progress?
No, we can hear from the sound of applause
That is true.
The round has indeed finished.
Very appreciative Croatian audience that lets us know when the round is over. Wow, Miro, the fight for second. How did Wesley do?
Well, I do have some strange things happening to my board because half of my round was in progress until you asked, so let me find out.
Yes.
Well, Wesley ended up winning because it was a very, back and forth game.
With Gukesh.
Yeah. By the way, white pieces took a revenge. It's 4 wins for white this round.
After 4 wins for black?
Yeah, after 4 wins for black. So there was one particular one, which, final position doesn't do justice this game.
Oh my.
Because I was surprised, and I think it's our production team was playing some tricks when Jovi said white is better in MVL's game, because MVL played a masterpiece of a game. It was very hard to tell, to say exactly better, because it was at the moment when we said this, he was a rook down and he sacrificed the bishop, so he was either winning or he was better. You could tell.
Done, Jovi.
Anyway, so it started.
Transmitting the news I got,
Started
guys.
with the exchange French, and we've gotten to this position, which is apparently slightly better for white, but.
Who knows?
Yeah, well, you can tell white's more organized, but maybe black in a couple of moves will solve everything. So knight f to h5 was strongest move according to the machine. MVL went with knight g to h5, which is, maybe black could carry on with knight b6 and we wouldn't look at this. Let's just look at the game. G takes and the knight takes, which makes it back to the best engines variation. Knight g6. So far, so good. There is no comfortable way of defending f6 square because also the king is f6 and the check. And this is where it gets interesting because I'm looking at the engine. The engine says best move is queen takes knight, and then queen takes queen. And why are we here, right? So, king g7, bishop g5, and the engine goes +6. And again, the best move queen takes knight. Bishop e7, and this is where you get your explanation because it's not that easy. So it's knight e8, for instance, doesn't give you any advantage. Moves like queen h5 do not work. So you had to find precisely this, and I'm so amazed with MVL being able to find. Capture here, bishop h6, so just give you all your pieces for free, and this is one really lovely checkmate.
Nice.
If you accept the sacrifice on h6. But it doesn't stop here. So king h8, knight h7 again. Rook g8, queen h5, queen e8, knight to queen e8, knight to f6. Again, another sacrifice.
Wow.
Knight f6, another sacrifice. And moreover, bishop g7. That's the final one
Wow.
that I wanted to show. Bishop g7, double check, king takes, take the queen. And from then on, it was It was
smooth sailing.
Yeah, smooth sailing. But what a game to be played in a blitz.
Magnificent
Thank
game
you.
there from Maxime. But we're going to go straight to Croatia, where we have former world champion Garry Kasparov right there with Cristian.
We are indeed with a mastermind behind the Grand Chess Tour. We were watching Miro's analysis, and you actually spotted immediately this rook takes c6 and bishop h6.
Yeah, it's
some flashbacks from some of your games.
Yeah, it's situations where the combination just it's begging, just for sacrifice, and clearly you have just all the black pieces, just located on the other side, but king is just. It's now looked for me as easy prey for white pieces, and and of course MVL is so comfortable. It's like fish in the water. So I'm sure he enjoyed immensely. Rook a6, like c6, bishop a6, knight takes a7. So great game. So it's we saw many good games.
Absolutely.
I think it's just, again. You can blame players for whatever, but not for the lack of fighting spirit.
Not in this one, for sure.
Yes.
But it was, after all, the Fabiano Caruana show.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Did you expect that?
No, I thought he would be a favorite, but I mean, his only competition was Magnus' shadow here. So it's more Magnus' ghost. Yes. So and he still has a chance of beating Magnus' record. But it was amazing performance. Amazing. Yeah, obviously he was lucky in a few games, but it's the luck benefits the strongest, and is the way he played. I mean, we discussed it. You could feel that he was well positioned at the board, and you could feel this energy of confidence. So,
exactly. Even when he was on the back foot, he was still making his moves with confidence.
That's why it reminds me of Magnus, because this is the way Magnus plays, and somehow this as positive energy from Fabi affected the opponents, and they made mistakes, one after another.
Do you feel like after the candidates, a weight is off some players' shoulders, and now they perform at their true self, let's say?
Yeah, it's no doubt that when you just have to play a tournament that it's make or break, and you fail. So then one of two things happen. So either you just you psychologically collapse, or as we saw here, so you want to take revenge. So you want to show to the world and to prove to yourself what you're capable of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And Fabiano, coming from Bucharest, winning that tournament, we've seen his style in rapid.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So he was definitely the dominant force in Bucharest, and also again, I think the surprise of many after losing to Giri. So he just won very handily the rapid against much younger players, and now his dominance is absolute. And not only, interestingly, it's not only in rapid, also in blitz. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, because many thought, okay, rapid is, but in blitz, and you have so many great players, Alireza, Nepomniachtchi. This after day one, the tournament was over, and I think this is somehow he relaxed because the last two games. But after such an accomplishment, and then being under this pressure, this tense. I think it's subconsciously it's a relaxation.
Yes.
Even if you want to play, and I'm sure he just already had in mind beating Magnus' record, but it's a different story. So it's you like it or not, but your body is just it just sends signals. It's okay. Time to relax.
With all that pressure, it still felt like his play was very relaxed, very natural. Now, one thing he was doing, he was playing a lot of blitz at night. And even yesterday, he met with Levon. They played a thematic blitz match in the French. Do you think that helps with performances like this?
Look, I wouldn't do it myself, but it's
and that's why I was going.
No, but it's always it's very individual. So yes. And whatever he did, he did it right because he found his own algorithm, his own ideal for Fabiano Caruana. Mm-hmm. It may not be recommended to others, but he just he definitely found the right balance between preparation, mental preparation, and his posture at the board, and the way he's projected his energy. So it all works nearly perfect.
All those factors definitely contributing to his success in this event. And now there's a big fight for the second and third place for the podium. We have Alireza and MVL tied together. We've seen so many battles between these two players. It seems like there's, a French, let's say, rivalry brewing in this one.
Okay, it's French. I don't know. It's probably politically correct to call Alireza French.
He's French right now.
Yes. Yeah, but it's not just about them just representing the same country, but I think it's also the style. So it's Alireza lately just he began playing just more more reserve chess. Mm-hmm. So this is not the same attacking chess, but I think his big weakness the complicated endgames. I mean, how you handle these endgames. Again, it remains one of his Achilles' heels.
He's maturing in his play, as you just mentioned. What do you think he needs to reach, let's say, the next level? Now we see this swing from 2800. He reached that when he was 18. Now he's back 2720, 2730. What do you think he needs to reach the next level?
I think it's probably psychological. Yes, he definitely has. This is all chess qualities he needs. I'm sure the preparation was excellent, but it's not enough. Again, he's missing what Fabi has found. But it took Fabi a long time. So, so what's the right balance? Between your preparation and again the way you play. So there's so many components now. It should they all starts in the right constellation, and it seems that there are some elements, vital elements, missing. But it's no one but Alireza himself and his team, probably his family, they have to discover it and just find how to translate his enormous potential and his knowledge, and again maturing chess into something that could be, again, it's not to be one of the best, but to compete for the title of the best.
Let's talk about the challenger as well. Gukesh is obviously struggling in this one, struggling in rapid time controls. Now, how important are those in the upcoming match? And will he need to do something? Is there an emergency right now for him to try to improve in this time format?
Oh, no.
We've seen Ding versus Nepo go to tie breaks.
If for some reasons, Ding doesn't play and it's Nakamura, yes, that's I would say it's very important. But still, whatever. So of course it's assumed Ding will play.
Yes.
It's a classical chess match, and it could end up 7-7, and and it could move to rapid. As by the way, many were matches
in recent times.
In recent
Fabi
times.
in 2018 versus Magnus.
Before Karyakin. So we just actually more matches ended in a tie break.
Yes.
So then before it.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I don't know. It's for me the match sounds a bit odd because. I mean, and everybody knows my view that this is the World Championship match is a match between two strongest players. Definitely, that's not the case, I don't mean to be offensive, but it's an interesting match. I can hardly call the World Championship. So and it's not because Gukesh playing Ding, but just that was my position for decades, and it's a pity that Magnus is not playing. But I understand his decision, and I think it's best for Magnus, and maybe it's time that we will start just closing the chapter of the official titles. I don't know. Again, I'm not here to make these decisions, but I'll be curious to see how it goes, because the question number one, whether Ding can really play as Ding, not like his bleak shadow.
Let's talk about the Grand Chess Tour a little bit and its future plans. In 2025, we're hearing there's the return of the Grand Finals. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it seems that there's a demand for a final showdown. We try just to move more emphasis to classical chess, to the final classical chess event in St. Louis, but it seems it was not enough. So there's we have not decided on the format, but it's most likely that in 2025, after the same 5 tournaments in the same order, we most likely will go to a final. So this is with 4 top players. So again, this question is about how to identify. This is because they have top 3, and then maybe we have special event for 4, 5, and 6 to decide who will be the 4th. It's still being discussed, but I would say that it's almost certainly we'll have the final 4. Same format that we had in London some time ago, just before COVID, and I think that it will add intrigue and excitement. And again, it's a knockout stage is something that always attracts a very broad public.
Absolutely, and we see this combination between rapid time controls as well as classical in the Grand Chess Tour. Are we going to see something like that in the Grand Finals as well? A combination between the time finals?
No, absolutely. Yeah, it's again yet to finalize the decision, but it will be definitely it's the combination of classical and rapid. So again, we want this event to be the most entertaining one, and these days there's no entertainment in chess without a portion of Rapid Blitz.
Of course. Gary, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you go enjoy the games right now.
Absolutely.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, as we're getting ready for this all-important rounds 16.
Yes, and let's take a look at the pairings for round 6, because we're in the final stretch. Nepomniachtchi plays Ivan Saric. Then we have Vidit Gujrathi against Wesley So, very important for that race to second. Gukesh plays Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana has white against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That's going to be our marquee matchup. Levon Aronian plays white against Anish Giri.
Number 1 versus 2, Fabi versus MVL. And Gukesh will be our backup, just in case. But Fabi, after securing victory, and literally he secured victory, just lost 2 in a row.
Yeah, he's had a blip.
He's had a blip. His opponents have played well, but it's a different Fabi from the one who has just lit the tournament stage on fire.
But he's playing all of those players who are fighting furiously for
second place. Wesley took a second, MVL,
and now it's MVL's turn,
right?
To see whether he can steal a point from Fabiano.
Exactly, as we get ready for this round 16. Last day of Blitz, so much chess summer still to be played this week. It seems like National Championships is just coming on so fast. The girls, the juniors, and the seniors here in St. Louis. Then, of course, the Grand Chess Tour next month will come to St. Louis. And they're off.
Yeah, and now we see e4 being the weapon of choice.
Oh my gosh, open Sicilian. None of this bishop b5 check. None of these.
Yeah, we see knight c3.
Najdorf. And boy, was MVL excited to get in his Najdorf.
And Queen D3
once
following
again.
All the rage.
Wow. I am mystified by the vagaries of fashion. Castles, castles. So it's like a dragon.
Hang on, wasn't this the delayed Zagreb
The
variation?
delayed Zagreb. That's what
Cristian and
Fabi called it.
Yeah.
Dubbed it. I mean, it was his right. Okay, big pause after the move h2, h3, as you start to think to yourself, well, how am I going to complete my development on the queen side? I would like to get in b5, and the move queen c7 is a usual prelude, if you will, to getting in b5. Now, in this particular case, b5, knight d5 might be a very discouraging. Knight takes d5, e takes d5. Well, wait a minute. b5, knight d5, knight takes d5. Still not so clear to me, because knight c6 is met by a powerful reaction, knight e5. And he did play b5.
He has gone for that. And, of course, e5 for white is unattractive. Because, yes, you might win a rook at the end of it, but
there's a small problem.
knight takes pawn.
Correct.
You lose the queen.
That's correct.
And
knight d5.
Knight d5 indeed played.
Knight e5.
e5.
Okay, queen e2. So I assume his intention is to put his bishop on d7 in this case. I'm not quite sure. No, bishop to b7. So I thought he was going to start with bishop b7, actually. And he started with knight e5. The reason why I'm just pausing here, because f4,
Knight c4.
knight c6 is the idea.
And then you've got moves like e5.
That is a good point. e5, I don't have quite the grip I want. So I have to rein in my horns and play a move like c3.
b3, keeping the idea on tap, because f4, knight d7, and then the e7 pawn was potentially loose. That's why rook e8 has been played.
Quickly, too.
Bishop e3 was the response. Maybe also you could thinking about queen to d2, and you can kind of play this like a d4 type position where you threaten bishop h6.
Yeah,
you shift your rook over to e1. You pretend that it was never on d1 in the first place.
Or the queen was never on d3 or e2.
Okay, well, we see queen c3, and Yasser, according to my board, this is a question mark move.
It got a nice little question mark. It came up on my board as well. And apparently there was a tactic. There was a tactic. And I suspect it had to do with knight to c6, or maybe f4 and knight to c6 and bishop to d4. Well, this is what I'm eyeballing. I'm eyeballing f4 and knight to c6.
Yes, I just checked.
Please.
There was no tactic. It was just a simple positional error.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was just basically allowed moves like a4 from white.
Okay, thank you for that, by the way, because whenever I see the question marks, I start looking for tactics.
Exactly.
As
and
opposed to positional.
I could see that. But
yeah.
okay, rook c1, no a4 from white, so that's why the evaluation bar has dropped. Rook ac8.
By the way, Zagreb delayed or otherwise, I'm just noticing on the clocks, if I see them accurately, that...
Maxime is the one playing quickly. He's on 4 minutes. Fabi less than a minute behind. He's on 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Knight to d7. Well, the knight wasn't very stable on the e5 square, and I love this open bishop. And maybe on a good day, this d5 pawn could be come under attack. I'm not saying that rook c5, it looks a little bit awkward, but I would love to put some pressure on this d5 pawn, maybe even with knight to b6. Knight to d7, and Fabi's clock is ticking down. Knight to c6.
Jump in with the knight.
Okay, and asset or liability?
Well, that's yet to be
determined.
Yeah.
Okay, a4 attacks b5, so ba, knight takes c6, queen takes a6, and black has the more compact pawn structure.
But I do wonder whether black can corral that pawn on c6, in which case queen a5 looked to me like a tempting idea. Just protect a6 and go for it all.
Queen to a5 or e5?
Yeah.
Wasn't sure. Which one did you like?
A5. A5 protecting
apples.
the a pawn.
Apples, yes. Queen a5. The ideal, of course, is to have e6 and d5. Then you're shutting out the bishop and just making it that much more difficult.
And then queen a5 indeed played, defending the a6 point and saying, well, how are you going to defend c6? So you have to go queen c4.
Queen c4?
Or queen f3. No, queen f3 doesn't do anything. Also wonder whether...
So I'm looking at queen c4 and I'm thinking to myself, I would love to play e6 and d5. So maybe I have to play bishop f8, intending the awfully slow e6, d5. But if I get there, I get there.
Yeah,
no, c4. Okay. In for a penny?
In for a pound. Take the pawn.
The pawn.
It's gone. And it's not coming back either. So Fabi's idea is just to go c5.
Indeed. c5. Knight takes c5.
But then you can go your idea of...
Well, we're about to see
Well, we're
it.
about to see.
Well,
He just grabs another pawn.
take while the taking's good.
But you have c takes d6.
C takes d6, e takes d6. Don't forget that knight d4 is going to be taking advantage of the pin that magically appears on the e-file. By the way, there's some other nice things about black's position is that when the knight does drop into d4, the queen is covering everything. The queen is actually doing a great job on a4. That's 2 pawns.
It is 2 pawns, and it's the a pawn that concerns me the most.
Understandably, yeah.
You know, this bishop. And well, just to update you on a result, Nepomniachtchi beat Ivan Saric.
He did. Well, that happened fast. My goodness. Rook takes d6, wins a pawn back. In case the knight does jump to the desired d4 square, there is a pawn hanging. And thanks to the king not being on h2, rook takes c1 does not hang with check. Hence, knight to b4 defends the pawn.
Oh, hang on a second, Yasser.
Uh-oh.
It's a question mark time.
Uh-oh. Don't tell me there's a positional error.
No, it's to do with
Whoa! Wait a minute. That came out of nowhere. That's a pin. Was Fabi saying that he's blundering rooks?
But he could have gone the other way. And this
What was
the
the other
beautiful
way?
Queen c4.
Queen c4. And then there's a check and a bishop to h6.
And you can't get out of that checkmating pattern.
Okay.
Oh my God.
That would have been beauty. Beautiful.
Okay. But it would have come out of nowhere as well.
Yeah.
So we can't really blame the players
It's,
for missing such a wonderful shot.
Yeah, that's against the run of the play, if you will. So the idea from Black's point of view is he's just going to play a5, anchoring the knight, and then saying to White, go ahead and do your worst against the king side. Okay, attacking the knight.
I'm expecting rook b6.
Rook b6. That's an unfortunate move because it comes with a tempo I won't be able to defend.
Yep.
We're just going to have bishops of opposite color, I suspect.
You can go queen a2. No, the rook is hanging.
Correct.
Oops.
Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't. I don't have time to play queen takes and bishop to d4.
Well, hang on a second. Queen a2, bishop takes... No, you don't have time.
No.
Rook to d8.
Where?
Bishop e7.
Good move. Rook to... No rook to e8. Whoa. There's a bishop c6 sighting.
Isn't there bishop takes knight? Rook b7. Fabiano keeping on the pressure, but he only has 23 seconds.
But here I'm looking at queen a2. First of all, just getting out of this nasty pin, but much more saliently, eyeballing the f2 pawn. And also, once I go to queen a2, there's no bishop to d5 business. And he's reaching for his queen. What are the clock times, Jovi? It's getting intense.
It is, Maxime has 1 minute and 18 seconds.
Queen
Fabi,
to C2.
23 seconds.
Queen to c2, queen f3.
Oh, be careful here. Bishop takes knight, massive threat.
There is a threat to the f7 pawn indeed. Careful. Here I might panic and play queen f5 or queen to c... Yes, I like this move much better. Queen to c4. Defend the pawn. Defend the knight. And it's clock time. It's all about the clock suddenly, right?
Yeah. And Maxime keeping alive his extra pawn.
Good for him. Bishop f8. No.
h5. Although I like this move. h4 ideas. So that's why Fabi responds in
Quickly.
kind. Bishop f8. Trade off.
I would love to get rid of the 2 bishops.
Well, he goes for it with bishop to e5.
A different way of trying to trade the pawn.
Oh,
Fabi has missed.
Tricky.
Oh, that was devilish. That was devilish. But f7 is still hanging.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got the great defensive move, queen f6. And he's won an extra pawn. Okay, now you're playing for tricks. Bishop c4. Bishop c4. But once again,
Bishop e5 has come.
let's trade off the bishops. If you play bishop c4, I can take the bishop. Oh, but this is perfect. Now he's got a winning position.
Now he can park his rook on the side.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He was under a lot of stress. Knight to c6,
Well,
to d4.
He still has to make progress, though. And there.
Well, it's 2 pawns. That's the problem. It's easy to make progress when you're 2 pawns ahead.
Well,
One pawn,
Maxime
not
being
always the
crafty
easiest.
with the knight.
Yes, indeed.
Just the a pawn will never move.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
But he
whoa,
just
whoa,
gave
whoa,
up
whoa.
his-
He blundered the a pawn. He could have played rook e5.
Okay, well, Maxime.
Oh, he's blundered away, frittered away his 2 pawn advantage.
Yeah, this still should be good chances for the win for Maxime. He just has to hold his nerve. And it is Fabi, the one who is under 10 seconds. So Maxime just needs to take a breather here.
I would think it's closer to a draw, but okay. F5 perhaps?
Yeah, F5.
Trying to stir up some trouble on the king side with an h4 potential.
No.
The knight on e5.
Knight d6. Oh, and we have breaking news. Alireza Firouzja losing to Gukesh.
That's a
So
huge...
that is absolutely crucial for the standings, because if
second
Maxime
place.
manages to win, he'll be a point ahead.
h4? No, he went f4. Usually in such positions, the idea is to maintain the f5 pawn to keep the bishop passive and to put the pawn on h4. But he's
doing this really, really well. Okay, and now decision time. Do you take the rooks? Do you change the
Unfortunately-
nature of the game?
Unfortunately, it's not enough if we trade the rooks. We really need the rook on the second rank. You should go back to d2, by the way, and put the knight on e4. Rook to d2 check. He played knight e4 immediately. Not good, not good.
Yeah, there's your check.
Now black put himself into a pin.
Yeah, he can get out of it, though, with king up to g5.
Oh, sure, but it would entail the trade of the rooks, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Advancing
So
pawns.
this is a dream for white. Keep those pawns on h5 and g4,
And okay, well, we see the trade of rooks.
and the bishop has a role. Bishop to e8.
And now Maxime to 8 seconds. And we should see Fabiano building up some time on the clock, just moving the bishop
Fast.
from one square to the other.
Correct.
And this is the thing, Maxime has put his pawns on light squares.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
the black king can never run too close
Precisely.
to the white king.
And of course, MVL has to play it out because a victory is so important. Knight f6.
Yep. Bishop f7.
He's trying to get his king, but with the pawns on the light
Yep,
squares,
and the players made eye contact. They agreed a draw.
they will.
Yeah, I don't think
The
anyone
arbiter
will be
will.
disputing that one, but
Yeah.
goodness me.
What a save!
What a save from
2 pawns
Fabiano.
up.
2 pawns up for MVL. Also, what a miss.
Yes.
Especially in that race for second place.
Do we have any other games undergoing? Yeah.
Well, we're going to go to the end of the Gukesh Firouzja game. And there were some strange occurrences happening right at the end where Gukesh appeared to think it was all over and kept going to shake Alireza's hand. And there
so
you can see
we have a winning position for white,
the rook takes rook.
and
Alireza gives a check.
okay.
So
king.
Gukesh is just simply a rook up. He just has to hide his king from any checks.
Exactly.
Throwing in the check.
Queen
And
C2
there you
check,
go.
king
King is
H2.
well hidden.
And there's Queen H6 mate.
Yeah.
He goes to shake hands, and there's the handshake. Yeah.
And there you see.
And then they put the king, and they place the king. By the way, was that a checkmate?
It was a checkmate.
Wasn't that like one of the very first checkmates?
It's one of the few checkmates
that has ever occurred in the history of the Grand Chess
Exactly.
Tour.
We don't normally allow checkmates
No
here.
checkmates allowed. Miro, what caught your eye?
Yeah, it's a huge fight for the second place.
Exactly.
Right, so Maxime will be kicking himself, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Because Wesley So has won, and the game he's won, man, it's incredible. So I won't go much into detail, but that's his position with black after white just played e6, e7. And guess what? White's totally winning it. Absolutely winning.
Absolutely winning.
It's hard to imagine how you don't win here.
Right.
Yeah, and up to the point, all good, right? Check here, queen d2, so a couple of queens on the board. I mean, if you take, you can win the queen back, but it's just an extra exchange. Queen takes b3. So, well, again, this side with two queens on the board, queen e7, knight e6, it's +4 for white, I'm sorry. +4, and the move to win would be rook takes g7. Now, if you capture with the bishop, you do not get checkmated, but you know what? White queen gets to leave.
Free.
Right, and if you take with the knight, then queen f8 happens. Right, so king e2 instead, and this is something with Vidit being really short on time. Rook d2, check king e1. Yep. Gotten here, and apparently now that I don't see the continuation, could it be that he lost on time here? I didn't pay attention to king g2 because it's still not the end. There is no checkmate, believe it or not. Queen f2, there is king h1. Rook f2, there is king g3, and white actually wins. So yeah. Huge disappointment. I can only imagine how disappointed Vidit was. Then, in the same round, there were a couple of really funny games. I'll start with Nepo against Saric. Funny in a way, what opening was played. So b4 against the Sicilian, so-called wing gambit, which doesn't have a great reputation, but you can play it. And this happened, well, it's never been seen, I believe, in the history of GCT. And then it was played in 2 games in the same round. So this is Nepo Saric we are talking about. Yeah, and I wouldn't go in detail about the theory of this gambit, but believe me, so Nepo didn't get anything. And in fact, his position is worse over there after bishop c5. Black is better. Nepo goes for something very tricky. Bishop c4, takes f7. Rook d8, bishop f7. This is a big chance that Saric misses because he had to take on f7 with the queen. Doesn't matter which of the knights takes, then it's rook d4, and because you are threatening the discovered attack, queen cannot run away.
Right.
So you sacrifice the queen, but temporarily, and then after, say, queen f3, rook d3, black wins the queen back, and black is better. Instead, he went king f8, and then the tables turned. After bishop d5, white is winning, which Nepo demonstrated. h6, queen h5. Yeah, h6, queen h5, and white's attack cannot be stopped.
Amazing.
So white won a very nice game. And then we had the same line in Levon's game against Giri. And this scene quite the opposite, because Levon gotten a winning position out of the opening, so first much better than winning position out of the opening, and then something inexplicable happened. So I'll go straight up to, say, this moment, where white has a fantastic compensation for the pawn he sacrificed, d6 weak, the rook's doubling, and so on and so on. After rook b1, g6, bishop b5, Giri all of a sudden goes bishop h3, sacrifices a piece, which shouldn't have worked. But already there, perhaps both players have seen something after king g2. There is nothing after king g2. After queen c8, queen g4, that's the only thing I thought could have seemed dangerous. There is knight h2, and king hides on h1, and g2 can be defended with the bishop or the rook. So there is no checkmate. However, Giri believed there was something, and Levon believed Giri, and he went king h2. And therefore, what happens is knight takes f2, king g3, which isn't bad, and now you trap the knight, right? But Giri says, you know what, f5, you can take, and then, yeah, open the file. And this seems very much like those King's Indian attacks, but at some point it doesn't matter how much material, extra material white has, because all of his stuff, pardon me, is somewhere away. And yeah, the critical advantage in how many pieces you have on the king side, this is what matters. So f5, knight g5, and that's perhaps a final mistake, because this attack looks unstoppable. And then, yeah, Levon's king, it survived for quite some time, but this is already winning for black. So the same gambit and the opposite fate of the game. So Nepo got a bad position, but won quite convincingly. Levon got a winning position, but then lost.
Wow.
And
thank you.
Let's take a look at the replay of those last few moves.
Well, there is a white king on h1 all by himself. An extra exchange and pawns, by the way, for black. Let's push him, baby.
Yep. And Anish, just very calm.
Time for a check. Queen G1 check. Queen G4 check.
Yeah,
and
and
king,
that's it.
Queen H4 checkmate
Would have been
on the next move.
checkmates, yes.
Wow.
Whew. Lots of drama here on the final straight. So let's take a look at the standings after round 6. Fabiano Caruana, with that draw, moves to 25 points. Remember, if he wants to break the Grand Chess Tour record, he has to win his next 2 games to get 27. Wesley So, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they are tied for second place with 21.5 points. Then we have Alireza Firouzja after that shocking loss. Well, he's on 21 points. Still everything to play for in that race for second place.
Absolutely. Wow. And the pairings for our penultimate round.
Yeah, you can see Levon Aronian has white against Nepomniachtchi. Anish Giri is the one to play Fabiano Caruana. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave plays Gukesh. Now this is going to be a marquee matchup as we keep our eyes peeled on that race for second place. Alireza Firouzja has white against Vidit, and Wesley So plays white against Evgenij Saric.
Our backup game as, again, that fight for second, so intense. For those of you joining us late, it had been the Fabiano Caruana show. He won the tournament with 5 rounds to spare. Just amazing. Then he took his foot off the gas, couple of losses, but he is secured first, and the fight for second is still super, super intense. Wow, 2 rounds to go.
You know what I was thinking, looking at this cross table? How often it is that the person who's leading has more points that 2 guys at the last place combined. And by a serious margin.
Yeah,
that's quite a split in a cross table. Yeah.
That's pretty rare indeed.
This is a sour feeling for Fabi.
Yes.
If he wins the event, 5 rounds to go, and then he has a disaster of a tournament at the end. Somehow you feel like,
No.
Could do better.
Yeah, Garry Kasparov was a maximalist, and I remember having this conversation with him where he was telling me about this event he had played in France. It was a Grandmasters Association event, a very, very, very big tournament. And in this round, I played this guy and won. In this round, I played this guy and won. And this guy, I'm saying, Gary, you're +8. He goes, yeah, but I spoiled my entire tournament by losing 1 game.
Yes.
After being +8.
It's a chess player weakness, right? Because
Exactly.
I remember having an amazing tournament at the European Team Championship.
Right.
And because I drew my last game rather than win, even though I got the silver medal or board prize, I was like, I could have won. I could have won, and I would have been winning the gold medal on board 1. And that's all I think about when I think about that tournament. Not about the fact that actually I played some great chess.
You just spoiled it in the last round. We're seeing dinner partners because you don't play the Wings Gambit on a whim.
Yeah,
but 2 players together. I think they had dinner together.
There must have been some agreement. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I'm going to play the Wings Gambit. So
even if, like, if something this obscure happened, that usually one plays say this round, and then someone sees it and say, "Oh, okay, I might as well." But same round.
No.
That's been a serious opening exchange between Levon and Nepo.
Somebody was having fun. King's Gambit. We saw the King's Gambit
from Nepo.
Nepo.
We saw center game as well. Is he just like, well, you know what? It's more or less over for me. Let's just roll the dice and have a lot of fun.
Yeah. At the same time, too, it's sort of like when you do play the center game or when you do play the King's Gambit, it's sort of like you're saying, hey, look, the Joko Piano, the Ruy Lopez, enough of this nonsense. I just want something else. But then again, stop playing E4, right? Time to play English
D3.
with D3.
B4. This is what I like about Magnus. You know, he has the confidence to go, B4,
right.
A3, put the knight out there.
Exactly. Just a quick story on that one. As we know, of course, Gukesh is the challenger to the world champion, and of course, the world champion, Ding Liren, will be carefully watching all of his games. And it so happened that Bent Larsen was going to play Borislav Ivkov in an upcoming candidates tournament. And so what Bent Larsen did was in consecutive tournaments, he played F2, F4. Played the Birds opening, F2, F4, and he was very successful with it. So much so that Ivkov studied in his preparation for the Birds opening, which of course Bent Larsen never played whatsoever in the match. And Ivkov, who had lost the match at this point, he said, okay, I studied the Birds opening so much, I'll play it with white myself. He'd worked so hard on the Birds opening, he took it up. F2, F4. Sometimes you just need to play and get a game, and it's not so easy when you have these great players who study so much.
And it's also the perfect place to play this type of chess.
Blitz.
Because 5 minutes plus 2 seconds, let's face it, that's fast.
That is very fast.
And we see the players arriving to their boards. This is the game that we're going to be following. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing against young Gukesh. Maxime shared second place with Wesley So. Not much in it.
No.
A second.
Well, for Gukesh, I was about to say, now it's kind of more about, just honor and pride. He has had his feelings hurt in this tournament.
Actually, the fact that he's performing so badly at Blitz means to me that there's a lot of room for improvement.
Always.
And if you think about it, these are the world's best Blitz players.
They are.
This is like the perfect training ground for him. He's still very, very young. Still a lot more in his career to come.
Of course. We're expecting a great career. But on the other hand, it's also confidence. When you're going to go play a world championship match, you have to have this feeling that not only do you belong, but you want to be a favorite. You want to.
Yeah.
And so here we go. We're underway.
Yeah,
the fight for second.
Lopez from Maxime.
Totally
intense. It seems
intense.
to be Maxime's calling card to play these long, sometimes forced variations. That feels like almost like a memory test. C3, D4.
Here we go with this, well, I don't even know what to call this opening anymore.
We'll tell you, it's the Cosio defense. No.
Completely went over me.
I was expecting some Konstantinolosky.
No, but I have no moves on my screen. I don't know exactly why the game between MVL and Gukesh has not appeared. I do apologize. All the other games are working except for the MVL game. Why is it that I chose the one game? There we go. Now I've got my screen. Okay. So the Cosio has suddenly become the most popular thing under the sun. Don't ask me why, but there you have it.
There we see the bishop.
And they played this position very, very fast. So I'm assuming we're still in the throes of theory.
When your computer started working, mine stopped.
Naturally.
What you
Naturally. Okay, well, we shouldn't ask for everything. Wait a minute. I'm seeing this move. Whoa, 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 whoa.
And in answer to your question, no games.
I think there might have been a missed opportunity. I just saw the move h6, and bishop takes h6 flashed across my mind. Bishop takes h6, g takes h6. Sorry, just for my audience, our audience. I saw the move bishop h6, and I thought, wait a minute, can I do this? Takes, check. King g7, maybe I'm being helpful to myself. Queen d4 with the threat of double check and a mate, as well as queen takes b4. It flashed across my mind. It was such a quick moment because a3 was answered almost immediately.
It was certainly very dangerous, but I don't think it was ultimately working. And that's why Maxime just instantly just bashed out
a3
his move a3,
and
which
got
was
here.
incidentally the computer's top choice.
One of the things I have to, again, give MVL the greatest respects. His prep has been great. I mean, okay, Fabi ran away with the tournament, but when you think about what MVL has done in the Blitz, the first day he was the winner. Today he's competing for second place, and his openings have kept him in good stead.
Right.
Queen d2.
I mean, somehow they didn't quite work out in the classical because the players had the measure of him. They could work their way through the complications, but in Blitz, we saw Alireza, Firouzja tumble to this opening preparation. They both blitzed out the moves.
Right.
And here, it's the same. You know, Maxime just gone through this whole reel of moves, and he has the more comfortable position.
Queen just came to c3, and I was about to say, how comfortable is it? We can take on e4, knight takes e4, knight f6. We can go back to e8 and defend the pawn on c7, but that wasn't necessarily the playbook. Knight to h5. And the clock times, if you...
Well, Maxime, he's ahead on time, as always.
Pardon me,
4 minutes, 28 seconds. Gukesh is the one playing black, and he's just under 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm not getting the moves coming in on my screen. Of course, I do apologize. It's Gukesh on the black side here. I like MVL's space advantage, as well as the pressure on c7. And this is suddenly all of these moves.
All the moves came through.
That was fast and furious.
That was, and indeed, rook to e1. I like this whole idea, doubling on the e line, gaining the space. I mean, with the pawn on d5, you just want to use that pawn as a clamp, just to prevent black from breaking out. And indeed, that's exactly what we're seeing on the board. Queen f6.
Inviting a queen trade at the risk of compromising.
Would you compromise?
Yes, in this moment, I'm feeling very under pressure, I want to say. And I would like to put my king on f8 to neutralize the e-file. I don't feel like it's going to be that easy for white to attack these pawns. As soon as I say that, you know, immediately register rook f3 and rook takes f6. Maybe it's time to play king g7.
Be careful where you put the bishop as well.
Yes.
Because if you step back to g6,
yes,
then I can see situations where that bishop will get locked out of the game.
f4, f5.
f4, f5, f4, g4, ace, bishop d7.
I like that move. As again, I'm looking to challenge the control of the e-file. Oh, good. I mean, if I'm in Gukesh's shoes, I see this rook c3 and I go, great. Now I can go king f8 and I can protect my queenside pawns.
But it's uncomfortable for Gukesh because of these weak kingside pawns. You know, you can see.
Wait a minute. I just have to say, knight. Let me put my king on d6.
Well, I tell you what sure. I would like to do as white.
Sure,
I would
please.
like to put the rook back to c1. At the right time, I'm going rook h1, and then I'm snaking my way in with the king. Because I'm just thinking about all those Caro positions in the Panov, you know, where you get this, you know, white does have activity, But black has these targets. And here, those pawns on f7, f6 are weak. It's like the most ugliest pawn structure in the world.
They're only weak if you can hit them. Take off the rooks. Rook takes e3, king takes e3, knight to a7 immediately. But I was thinking you take the... I'm looking at this black king, and I'm saying this is great. It's a Thor, because I would have taken off these rooks. Something very strange. That was an impractical decision. The rooks and the knights are the only thing that can move the king, right? So if you take away the rook, the king is a little bit safer on d6. The knight has to go.
Wow, okay, b5.
b5, a completely different approach.
Okay, you have to take.
Knight takes, the knight comes back.
Be careful. Because knight takes, where's the rook going to go? You have to cover d4 because of rook takes knight.
Yes.
And Maxime, he's so sharp. He sees tactics like there's no tomorrow.
In this case, now suddenly I'm beginning, whoa.
C5. Wow.
That is, Gukesh is planning bishop e6. Bishop e6 and then to trick. Oh, he's got a trick. Bishop e6 and rook e2. He could be, Bishop e6, he could have won the game.
Bishop e6 and then you can...
I think he now white is definitely for choice.
Well, there was a saving move. He could have gone rook e4. That would have kept everything alive, but still, bishop c6 is definitely a miss.
This was what
and now
I was
rook h4.
Yeah, this was the trick I had in mind. Ooh.
Yeah. So, okay, but rook h4.
And now
the
MVL
players
has
are
won
just
the
blitzing.
pawn. No, I'm afraid Gukesh is losing this one. Oh.
And another one goes.
Yes.
Rook takes f6.
Yes.
He throws in a check.
That's a very good check, by the way. I really like this.
I kind of like taking the pawn, but...
Oh my gosh, you have king e5, you're right. It was like, sorry, I thought I was driving the king away and then you're going to take the pawn.
Okay, now
You're
back
threatening
to h1, threatening rook e1.
That's
okay.
huge.
That is huge, but maybe he could have just gone knight h5 and the
Rook
rook to b8.
Rook, what is MVL's idea?
He's got knight to d3. He throws in a check. The king moves over to f5, knight to d3.
Knight to d3.
I like to protect the little ones.
The little guys, yes.
And Gukesh now under a minute. Maxime, he just has to remain calm. He's got 2 minutes and 14 seconds in the bank.
But I think MVL had something much cleaner than this. This doesn't feel right anymore. Knight d3, knight c4. Or knight d3, rook b3, and knight c4.
And there we see rook takes. He gave up the b pawn.
I don't know if he could have kept it. So his idea is to go rook to d5 checkmate.
But the knight comes to, and now knight to e5 sits pretty.
True, but he has it in his mind that he's going to play f3, f4.
And Gukesh just grimly holding on to his pawns.
So just a second, knight to d5 with the intention of f4. Ooh.
You can give a check, just to get some extra time on the clock. Okay, king moves.
Whoa. Knight to d5? You're threatening f4 check. You're threatening knight takes b6. That's a rook.
Yes.
Knight to,
Knight d3. Well, we still have the same ideas. You cover the b2 square.
And what we're
f4,
doing...
knight takes knight. How are you going to protect the pawn? You cannot.
Good point.
You're going to lose a pawn. So Gukesh in serious trouble now.
Yes, I think...
17 seconds.
He's missed that. Gukesh has missed knight to d3, and what a miss. As Max... Ooh, rook b5. You're in
no.
You blundered a piece.
And now
Whoa,
you just
whoa,
have
whoa,
to
whoa.
step up with the... Well, hang on a second. Still
Yeah.
not trivial. Because
Not
if you step
trivial,
up
you're
with the
right.
king comes to g4.
And you're right.
And we can also tell you that Wesley is better in his game against Ivan Saric.
Wow, this fight for second is intense, isn't it? Can I play g4? No, g4
You
check
can
king
go
e4.
g4. No, you can do that.
I can.
Because
Oh,
you
good.
take quite a few pawns.
That was the intention, of course.
G4. So b4.
b4 and
5 seconds.
g4 and g3
Now g4 happens. King goes back.
and g3.
Oh, the knights are not so good about against pass pawns. Okay, how to win them? Knight b3.
Well,
And keep
eventually what
waiting.
you want to do is bring your king over.
Maybe
but
just start. King f2.
some brilliant triangulation with f5 takes.
Okay, but this makes life easier for Maxime.
Yes, it does.
4 seconds for Gukesh. Throwing in a check.
Knight to d2, just keep, or maybe g3.
And Wesley has won his game against Ivan Saric. So Maxime needs to win if he wants to keep pace.
Knight to,
b3, you can take it.
King f4, that's
And
a
that's it.
loser. Oh, what a terrible move at the end. Almost a table base situation. Probably it was a win, but wow, that was an intense. Do we have any other games going on, by the way? I didn't hear
we
the
can
audience
see
applaud.
The game between Anish Giri against Fabiano is still very much in play.
Oh my.
Let's dive in. Well, what's happening here?
Bishops of opposite colors. Everything just got traded.
Yeah,
A
but,
draw is inevitable, no?
Isn't Anish got a better pawn? In fact, he's a pawn to the good.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. And if
Bishop
this
to
game is a draw,
G7.
it means that Fabi will not be able to break
The record.
the record of 26.5 points.
Well, it definitely wasn't through lack of effort, I can tell you that. Wow. What a tournament performance we have witnessed.
Yep. How
I
is
know it's
Anish
all
gonna
about
break
the
blockade?
yeah. I know it's all about the clock, but what are the clock times, Jovi?
Well, Anish has 19 seconds, Fabiano 10 seconds, ticking down. And Anish is trying to break this blockade so that the white king can enter the fray. Now it's in, gives a check. The key is to keep the rooks on the board. If the rooks are not on the board, that's it.
That's
It's a draw.
it. Easy draw, yes.
Give it up and go home.
But it's going to be very hard to pass the e5 square.
Well, you can use the rook as support. Okay, now king goes to f4. I feel like Anish is making massive progress.
Yeah. Still rook to d, rook f6 check to trade rooks. That's a big threat.
Rook check.
He could have captured the e5 pawn. Fabi could have just said, okay, let's play rook and bishop versus rook.
Well, he's got that choice now.
He still has it. Yes, he does.
He decides not to. The question is, though, you don't really want to be doing that too late.
When you have no time, right.
Exactly, or when the king and bishop and pawn are far advanced up the board, because then you're in danger of getting a mating net.
Right, by the way, funny play by Fabi there, forcing the bishop to g8. Oh, bishop c1 check.
Oy.
Bishop c1 check could have skewered the rook.
Oy. Well, players playing on seconds, Yasser. Anything can happen with this type of
Oh my
control.
gosh,
3
it's a 3-result game, and he lost his rook.
He's lost his rook.
Oh, Anish. Lose.
Wow.
Okay. That was
Wow.
right.
I'm speechless. And this
we
game
have one
is
game
still
remaining.
ongoing.
And the fight for second flares anew.
Yeah.
We just witnessed something incredible. As Alireza with the white pieces, he's enjoying the rook versus bishop. It is a draw. It is a draw because the bishop is
Yeah,
anchored.
but the king has been driven back to the H line. And at some point, there's going to be some loss of connection.
So what you do as white here is you move your king all the way to c5. Oh, no, you go rook to g7, and then you move your king all the way over, and then you go rook takes b5.
Yes.
And you hope the black king is a ways away.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, he's back
King
to...
is being cut off.
So rook to g7,
Makes a lot of sense.
king to c5, and rook to b7 takes b5. And you hope black's king is so far away from the queen side. Normally speaking, as black, you want to play king on h6 so that the king can go to g6 and to the corner.
Okay, now the king is snaking his way to the
c5,
c5 square.
So you get to play rook b1. Okay, doesn't really matter. Now you play rook to g7. See, if the king was on h6, you wouldn't have this approach. Yeah, now the king...
Alireza has to be careful not to lose on time.
Uh-oh, he's
He
bringing his
made
kings...
one of his moves with 2 seconds left.
No.
on the clock. Yes.
Oh my gosh. Well, we've seen the most amazing turnaround in Fabi's game. In these positions, I always play check and bishop c4 instantly, just to gain some time on the clock. King h3.
Yeah.
So the threat, well, threat is a strong word, but king g2 to get out of the mating net.
No.
I'm
The
very
king is
surprised that...
Cut off again, Vidit down to 1 second.
I'm very surprised that Vidit is not putting his king on h6 as well as h7.
He's got to be careful, don't put your king on h4.
Yeah.
Oh wow, the king is stuck there in the corner.
Oh!
Oh no!
So this is a game between Velimirovic and Jan Timon from an interzonal. It was an adjourned game position in the entire nation of Holland was trying to help Jan win the game.
7 seconds.
7 seconds.
Again, I'm just looking at the time. I can tell you it was also Houska against Peng, and I did not draw. I had the bishop.
No.
Yes.
No.
Not an easy draw by any means, because what happens is the king gets pushed back to the edge of the board.
Exactly.
And there was no adjournment for me.
Oh,
He was
no.
playing like this.
So
Keep your
Here
eyes
you-
on the clock.
you want to make sure that black's king does not get to, and you're hoping to go check on f1. In that position, when the bishop was not anchored, it was rook e5 check was the right move. Okay. And
The players just playing furiously. And this
Fast.
is the whole thing, you know, you can keep on attacking the bishop and drive the king backwards.
Yes,
There
that's
you go.
it. That's
Cut the king off one more line.
right.
And keep it going.
Now the question is,
The king
is
had to be cut off on the edge.
you got to play rook takes
Rook takes-
a4. That wins.
Now rook takes a4.
Wins.
Well, he doesn't have
How
too
much time? How much time?
He had time, so that was fine. And now he just has to
King
shoulder that
B6.
king out. There you go. King F6 king
Easy
goes
win.
to B7, easy win. And Alireza.
Wow.
Again,
But a
toe-to-toe
blunder.
with MVL. Yes.
Blunder of the B5 pawn.
Yeah.
How could he lose that pawn? That was, wow. That was willpower, sheer willpower.
Well, that's the whole thing, you know. With Blitz, you keep the game alive, you keep on pushing until your opponent cracks and makes a mistake. And Miro, what games caught your attention?
All of them. You know what? We have the winner, right? And we've seen the dramatic win of Fabi, who had kind of zero chance of winning, we all thought.
Right.
And we have a huge fight for the second place between MWL, Wesley So, and Firouzja. And then all three of them won, and none of those deserve to win. Let's be honest. Okay, I'll start with MWL. No, well, any win you score, of course, is deserved.
Great.
Just, I mean, it's never been flawless. It's never been like very straightforward. For instance, MWL's game at the very end, there's a extra knight and then one imprecise move, and Gukesh misses a chance to make a draw. So all he had to do is to go e4 first, so that after king e3, king g4, king has to return, because knight takes, there is f5. So
Right.
e4, I checked this one with the compy, says Gukesh could have made a draw. Then
table base.
We are switching, not yet the table base. We go to Wesley So against Saric, and the final position with an extra bishop, of course, is winning, but it's only because, well, it was a very tense game, and it doesn't make sense to analyze much from the beginning. Over here, Saric has panicked because he's about to lose the c4 pawn, the b pawn is running, he sacrificed on b4, hoping to build the fortress, which was not to be. However, after knight b2, the b pawn is running, but only that far. Bishop c6, there is bishop f6. And when you trade, or let black trade, whenever you try b5, there is a sneaky knight a4, and
Black
the pawn is
A.
not running anywhere. And in fact, if you get to this position, it's black who is better.
Right. Yeah.
So there was absolutely no reason
to panic
for Saric. Yeah, perhaps it was short on time, so there was absolutely no reason to panic. And ultimately, let's check Firouzja's game. And again, like, there is not enough time to analyze all 180 moves, I'm sorry. So, yeah, it's been a lot. So final position, was Jovi the one who mentioned, yeah, like when we've gotten to the one pawn each thing, yeah? You, Jovi, mentioned that you couldn't make a draw, right?
I had the bishop.
Yeah, and you couldn't hold it,
Yeah.
right? And yeah, you shouldn't be harsh on yourself. It's a lost position, I'm sorry. So interestingly, because people get these ones confused with the pawn on a5 and white pawn on a4 and dark square bishop, it is usually a draw if the king is not yet kind of in the zone.
Right.
And the zone for that, it's a funny zone. So you are allowed to be far, just not too far. And what you're not allowed to be is in the corner in front of a pawn, strangely, because then some Zugzwans are coming into play. So this was winning, but what was, again, it doesn't even make sense to analyze, but just to check something. And this something is, it's the too long of a game. On move 92, I guess. Yeah, on move 92, the rook on c6 was captured. And the pawn on c5 was captured. 51 move after that. 51 move after that. And this is something that I still have no idea what do you do in Blitz. Because we have this information that technically 50 moves rule draw could be claimed.
Right.
As the player on seconds, do you have a chance? There's absolutely no chance to claim, right?
Right. I think that once again, you claim and then it's a faulty claim and your opponent gets a minute.
And the great thing to know.
And you know
exactly
you got 3
how
more
many moves you got left.
Exactly.
So,
let's take a look at the standings as we are about to see our final ultimate blitz.
Yeah, this is it, guys. Fabiano Caruana,
Wow.
he's moved with that very lucky win to 26 points.
Remarkable.
And
He
if
could.
he wins,
break
He
the record.
could break the Grand Chess Tour record. Wesley So, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, they're on 22.5 points. Half a point behind them, it's Alireza Firouzja on 22. Still, anything can happen in the race for second. It's the last round, and let's look at the pairings. And here you can see Nepomniachtchi will have the white pieces against Wesley So. Ooh. Then we have Evgenij Saric playing against Alireza Firouzja. Vidit Gujrathi plays Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Gukesh plays Anish, and we have to follow Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian to see whether he breaks the Grand Chess Tour record.
It's the fight. It's the fight for the St. Louis Championship too. Don't forget about that.
And speaking about St. Louis,
yes,
there's more chess to come here
National
over the summer
championships.
because we do have some wonderful events coming up.
Yes, indeed.
National titles are on the line as young phenoms and established legends convene in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the 2024 U.S. Junior Girls, Juniors, and Seniors Championship. Beginning July 16th, 30 players across 3 fields will compete for over $130,000 prize fund. Returning champs Melikset Kachian and Alice Lee will look to defend their title, while Christopher Yu looks to reclaim his title after missing the event last year. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels. We are back, and hold on to your seats because it's the final round. Records could be broken. We're going to find out who is going to win that race for second place. Will Fabiano Caruana get 27 points? I cannot wait, guys. I'm like thumping the table for the round to be finished. I'm so full of excitement.
It's quite the sprint as all 3 players, MVL, Wesley, and Alireza, seem to have raised their game in this competitive zeal for the second place.
You can see, these are tremendous scores, by the way, from Wesley So, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Alireza, 22.5.
In a different set of circumstance, they might be fighting for first place.
Totally.
With that score. That's a very 23-24 has in the past won these events outright.
But the man with the golden touch, Fabiano Caruana, I mean, he's played great chess, he's played fantastic chess, he's been exceptionally lucky at times.
Well, we just saw one that defies
an
understanding.
incredible performance, 26 points. He will receive that trophy with a smile.
A smug one. Miro, I've got to say, I have seen some lucky victories, but this last one where Anish had a rook, pawn, and a bishop. They were opposite color bishops. He's trying to win. He ends up falling for a skewer, bishop c1 check, which has been missed. Then he blunders
and
his
he finds this clever idea of avoiding the skewer.
And Fabi wins again. It's just amazing.
Yeah. Well, for this last round, a lot of intrigue, right? So the second place, then the big revenge is coming because Nepo, I know he ruined his tournament, right? And today's his birthday. I mean, this would be a sweet revenge if he manages to beat Wesley. So I'm expecting some King's Gambit, and
Yeah, and well, there was some harsh feelings. Let's be frank about it yesterday. I mean, Nepo essentially was checkmating Wesley, and Wesley looked across the table and said, "I'm sorry, your flag is down." There was a protest, but what is there to protest about? Nepo was just angry. And
it's very important also to stress that if you have any complaints about your opponent's behavior,
you do it immediately.
Got to stop the clock and do it immediately. And
exactly.
Here is the closing to that particular game. It was the final round yesterday, and there you see there was too much hesitation with King H5. This is the moment Nepo lost on time.
His flag is down, the game is lost. But unawares, both players continue to play.
And it's only at this moment where it's a choice between resignation
or pointing out you're down. And, Nepo now starts to complain that, how could you still be playing? You're checkmated. And why do you call my clock when you're losing? And so he was very, very frustrated.
And that's also one of the things with Blitz, you've got to expect, the
It
panic,
happens.
the
Right.
frantic. It's not deliberate, right? When you play a move and you knock all of the pieces, it's just sheer adrenaline. Really.
Right, that's what's going on. So, as you were saying, revenge could be afoot as we get ready for the final round. And once again, two players tied for second, Wesley and MVL, and one player, Alireza, half a point behind them. The prize fund, very, very, very generous, that fight for second, but also those Grand Chess Store points.
Yeah.
Don't forget about those points, because at the end of the circuit, the end of the year, there's some very nice bonus pool money for the top 3 finishers, as well as an invitation to join the 2025 tour.
Yes, and we can see some of the players seated. We see Wesley and Fabiano. They are pacing, perhaps just to settle those last round nerves and just get stuck in for the final time.
And there we see Vidit with the white pieces against MVL.
Yeah.
MVL hoping for the best. Will Vidit please come and play an open Sicilian and make my day, play into my night order.
It's crunch time here for Maxime.
It is.
As he battles furiously for second place. $30,000, Yasser.
Exactly.
For second.
Exactly.
A lot of Grand Chess Tour points.
That's what it's about. But I gotta say, our marquee matchup has to be Fabi versus Levon, not only just because of the rivalry between those two great gladiators, but the fact of the matter is, Fabi could break, historically speaking, a Grand Chess Tour record with a victory. It would give him 27 points.
And, we can see Nepo.
Yeah, it was a handshake.
There was a handshake.
We wanted to see if
he seems to be jiggling on his chair. It's his birthday. What's he saying?
Well, something fun and intense, doubtlessly. There's some amusement going on, and this is it. This is our marquee matchup. Levon Aronian came in as a wild card, and he's definitely gave us a jolt. He was in the top 3 at one time. All of the Americans were first, second, and third.
After the rapid.
Yeah, and Levon looked good. He seemed to be in a good form, but the blitz just didn't work for him.
In the end, it is also a question of endurance. And blitz
I feel that.
is hard on the nerves. And this is 18 games.
Right?
9 games yesterday, 9 games today. We'll see what Levon brings to the table.
Because again, the intensity of each and every game, and each and every game is like a different book. Right? I mean, a different chapter, just everything is different. And you have to just constantly be alert. As we just saw Fabi incredibly winning the game that he was desperately trying to save.
Well, the Prime Minister of the Croatian Republic is coming
Fantastic.
to make the moves.
Well, this is very, very special moment. It's exceptionally rare a head of state. At Olympics, yes, heads of state at Olympics. But this is very, very nice.
Confidently. Zvonimir Petetish. Sorry, that was really bad.
That was a great effort, by the way.
Chief of Staff.
Chief of Staff. Take that move back. No E2, E4 for you, Levon.
And
here we go. This is it, the last game of our Rapid and Blitz SuperUnited. And the Catalan. Oh, no. Please play a Benoni. And look who came to play, Levon Aronian.
Yeah.
Playing a dangerous, well, some would call it a dubious defense. I just think it's great fun. Bishop f4, bishop f5 immediately.
Wasn't this one of the ideas to go knight to e4?
Oh,
and
absolutely.
Just to trade off some pieces?
Oh, absolutely. For me, the really big question involves whether or not I should be playing a7, a6, provoking a2, a4, and then playing knight e4, or, as we've just seen, this move, bishop f5. Again, the idea behind bishop f4 is we want to play bishop f5, we want to play knight e4 and recapture with the bishop, not necessarily the rook. Bishop f5 was played very quickly, and here a question for me would be knight to d2. I would like to play for e2, e4, as well as knight to c4.
Yeah. C4 is the dream square for the knight.
Exactly.
But knight h4 played.
Uh-oh. That could be an invitation to a draw.
Knight to f3.
Could be an invitation
Bishop
for a draw.
f5.
No draw for you. I'm playing for the record book.
Okay, rook e1, yes. I mean, Fabi's got nothing to lose here.
Exactly.
He's won the tournament.
It's
High
what they
rounds
call
to spare.
we say in America, a free roll.
Yes.
It's got a free
I like
roll.
that better, yeah.
Okay, but now the question is h7, h6. The knight would come back, g6, g5, the bishop would have to return, and then the bishop could come back out to f5. That could be a fun
And I guess
line.
the argument would be is that white has enticed black to overextend.
Correct.
There's
That
your
would be
knight
the
f3.
counter argument. Knight to
G5 was a
G4?
threat.
Okay, so this bishop takes d6. Our intention is to play queen b6 and recover the pawn on b2. But boy, h2, h3, followed by bishop takes d6, that would certainly have my attention. I love capturing a flank pawn for a center pawn. In other words, I'm very happy if I can get an...
Oh, he attacks the queen, Yasser.
Whoa. Why? That move is hard for me to understand.
Well, he's positively encouraging queen b6.
Truly.
And sure enough, it makes an appearance.
You get what you want.
Yeah. I guess he just wants to put the knight on c4 with tempo. But he's got to get that.
First
so you
of
got to
all,
go rook b1, queen c1. Okay, this is nice.
Well, just a second. h7, h6. Where's your bishop going? Yes. I'm waiting for you to play it to d2.
I go bishop f4 first.
Of course, I'm going to play g5.
Then back to d2.
And you're not getting your knight to c4, which I think was the intention.
Yes, but on the other hand, your queen on b6 is offside. So then I've got ideas of h5 in the air. h4, sorry. I like to push pawns. Yes.
Yeah, the h pawn is in particular.
Yes.
A generation of British talents has been spoiled, has been completely lost to the knight to e5. Of course, in a Benoni, when you're playing the black side, trading of minor pieces, especially the knights, really helps black. Get off the knights and you're playing rooks and bishops, then the Benoni pawn structure is actually just perfectly fine, and then sometimes even better.
I like this
Knight
because
e5.
you can't go knight d2 because of your idea. That comes with poison.
Also, it's one of those strange things about the Benoni that when the knight does come to d2, you always have to be aware, let's put it that way, of knight takes f2, c4 check, and knight to g4.
That's why h3 been played. Knight takes knight.
Okay, now he's going to take with the pawn.
I knew that. Knight to
knight
e5. Okay.
He was worried about a queen. There was a word about a back
hang on a
rank.
second. Knight f6. Double question mark. Whoa. Because it's late in the day. Queen e7. Yasser. Wins.
Wins. Just wins.
Wins. And again,
and he's played queen e7.
Alireza is winning against Evgenij Saric, so that puts the pressure on both Wesley So and MVL Queen e7. Yeah, how are you going to stop queen to e8? Bishop takes knight.
The bishop takes f6 is a real issue. I'm just still, forgive me, queen takes b2. I am threatening to take the rook with
Rook
check.
b1.
Rook to e1, queen.
b1.
Queen takes c3.
And then you just go queen d8 check.
And then I have to put the bishop in the way. And then you
Bishop
take the
h6.
knight.
We can show it because this is probably what Levon has been banking on, but it's not enough.
Well, we're expecting queen takes b2. You said rook
Rook
b1,
b1.
queen c3.
Queen
check,
to d8.
Bishop f8. Now bishop h6, that's very nice, but I do have knight d7, but you do have bishop takes f6 and maybe bishop e7?
Yep.
Yeah, that should be good enough, although it's still some confusion. I can throw a bishop, I can throw a tantrum.
Yes, you can.
Bishop f5. Queen e7 on the board. Levon's clock is ticking down. Whatever bridges there were in the position, they were burned the moment he played rook takes e1. And now there's no knight. Well, wait a minute. Maybe there is knight d7.
Okay, let's work through again. This time, I've taken the engine off
To
see how easy it is. Okay, so knight to d7.
Yes, knight to d7. Okay. So pause for a moment because I like rook to e1, just bringing more pieces into the fray. By the way, knight d7, queen e8 instantly, as if knight d7 was the only move. Queen, I was about to suggest rook to e1, intending
rook e7.
Yeah, a check and rook e7, but I'm assuming we have to play knight f8.
Okay, and again, breaking news: Maxime Vachier-Lagrave drawn his game against Vidit.
Wow.
So he moves to 23 points.
Right. Rook to e1, and that has been played, by the way. So, I mean, we're still on track for rook e7 and queen f7 and queen g7 mate.
And this is where black's position would be fine if the queen were on c7. You can go queen d7 and
trade
still grovel.
And, grovel. That's good. But I don't see the grovel anymore. Queen takes b2.
Rook e1.
No,
rook
e1.
e7.
Queen takes c3.
Okay, let's put it on the board.
Okay, so queen takes b2. I suspect rook e7 is not your only move. Rook e7, queen takes. And the idea is that after check, king here,
rook
e8.
e8.
This is it. This is winning.
Rook takes
knight and you. Bishop f6 as well.
Queen takes. Bishop is going to be checkmate.
Yes, indeed. And that will be a winner.
Yeah.
So queen takes b2, rook e7 is a winner. Rook e7, just a second. Last look, rook e7. No, sorry, bishop e6.
And Alireza Firouzja wins against Ivan Saric.
Wow.
So he
pops up.
I think he was a half point behind.
Yeah, but he leapfrogs?
He matches MVL.
He matches MVL.
So everything is on Nepo against Wesley.
I'm going to turn away from this one, and I'm going to say that Fabi is winning on the spot with rook.
Oh, hang on a second. Knight e4. Also good.
Let's go to the game of Nepo and Wesley, because this is the big fight for the second place. We know this will decide the silver medal.
And both players around the minute mark.
Boy, I like
Wesley is doing well here, isn't he?
Well, just a second.
Going to be a pawn up. Bishop b3.
Just a second. Knight e7 check. No. I'm looking at knight e7 check, king h8, rook takes h6. Genius. But you have king h7, unfortunately.
And this game is going to decide second place, and bishop b3. Wow.
Okay.
How are you going to defend both of the pawns as under fire? d5 and f2.
Well, I've got the d5 pawn defended tactically because of knight e7.
He goes rook e2.
So the idea is if you take on d5, I can get a bishops of opposite color, which I may or may not be able to defend. Probably I should be able to defend it, but
it's going to be difficult with
yes.
two passed pawns on the queen side.
But Wesley for choice, no question about it.
34 seconds.
Rook e2. I might, bishop c4, I might just ask a question.
He takes the pawn.
Well, he's going for this ending that I...
And he even offers a trade of rooks.
Well, you got to take it as white because you can force the pawns to these blockading squares, bishop to b4. It's going to be very hard to break the blockade. f3, king f2 on white's agenda.
Yeah.
Now,
somehow the bishop
got there just in time, right?
Yeah. f3 is a nice move there from Nepo, making sure the king doesn't advance to e4.
Precisely so. And with the king on e3, it's a full blockade. I think it's a draw.
Yeah, and now the king comes.
I think it's a draw.
I don't see how you're going to break this.
No. Whoa, 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 whoa. Always being very, very careful.
Well, 4 seconds for Wesley. He can't take too long making his decisions.
Okay. Not that I think that black was winning, but I don't know if bishop takes h6 was a threat or not, because you would have allowed b4. But now we've got this blockade. Now I'm absolutely certain it's going to be a draw. I'm surprised he didn't play g4.
I thought the king would not move away from e3 because everything was so beautifully balanced there.
This is okay too, because we've still got the blockade. We're going to play g4.
And we see a trade of pawns. Yeah, there's nothing to be done except shuffle the bishops around the board, and it is just a draw.
Yep.
And by the way, Fabiano Caruana did win against Levon Aronian. He moves to 27 points.
Fantastic. Our congratulations.
Breaking
Seriously.
Everything.
Winning
5 rounds to spare. Smashing the Grand Chess Tour record. Not without adventure, but he did it. And then
a draw
agreed. Between...
Is there any games remaining?
No, because the round of applause tells us otherwise.
So did we have a 3-way tie for second then?
Yes.
Because just at the end, Firouzja needed to win, and he did. MVL made a draw, and we saw Wesley made a draw. So a 3-way tie for second. Very, very deserving result for those 3 players.
Well, absolutely. The tie for the second and density of those results, like it's not like someone slowed down on anything. They've shown an amazing performance, which would have been enough, I believe, under any other circumstances, which would be enough to tie for the first.
Exactly.
If you think it's 3 players, or how much? 22? 23.
I think that has won previous.
I am pretty sure it has as well.
GCT Rapid.
I have to say that Alireza gotten a little bit lucky too. Well, maybe he wouldn't have won anyway, but the ease that he's gotten his point in the last round deserves to be kind of commented on, because this is, we are talking Sicilian with bishop b5 taking the knight line, right? And yeah, it's full of life, and then all of a sudden Saric decided to go e5, knight e5, overlooking bishop a4.
Oh dear.
And this is some reasonably basic stuff that Yasser has videos about. Discovered attack. It's Blitz, it's 18 rounds of Blitz, everyone is getting tired. So that was pretty much it. He had to sacrifice the queen, and some clarity. Let me show this one for Fabian Levon, because there was an intriguing moment when Levon. In fact, this was an intriguing moment because I don't know what the original plan was. Black can play knight f6 immediately.
Right.
And the reason for that is that if you take on f6, only then black captures on f6, has king g7, there is no checkmate threat.
Exactly.
Right? Or, alternatively, if you take on e8, yes, then black captures on e8, and he has the way to develop the bishop, and might be, should be okay. After knight f6, queen e7 indeed is the strong move. Knight to d7, check, knight f8, rook e1, queen b2, and apparently knight e4, that surprised us all a little bit, is the strongest move, because guess what? We thought rook e7, game over. Not really. Queen takes knight, defends the bishop. White is still winning after that, but it's a bit longer road to victory, because there is bishop e6, and you'll have to take with the rook, and there is no discussion, White's winning, but it'll take you some more time. And after knight e4 that he played in the game, it was pretty much flawless play from then on.
Right.
So Fabi was, he's gotten a chance, and then he'd taken it, and
impressive.
Very beautiful play.
Well played, the last round.
Well, congratulations to Fabiano Caruana. What an eventful last round. And let's take a look at something that happened at the beginning of the final round. And here you see
Ian
it is between Jan and Wesley. Now, these two have some history after yesterday's encounter. And we got the...
He's got a
Hobbit
wry smile on his face, does Nepo.
He's making a point of putting... Oi!
Oh, so he was playing his moves very, very deliberately. Then he smashed over the pieces and looked, and Wesley said, okay, it's on my time. I'll put the... And Nepo says, okay, I showed you what you did to me. I'm returning the favor. Let's go.
Yeah.
A little sandbox stuff there. Challenge.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's out of their systems. But Wesley responded with a smile, and
let's go.
They're friends.
Let's
so
go.
You can joke amongst friends.
Right. And
well, on that note, let's go straight to the closing ceremony of the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz in Croatia.
Thanks, guys. After 5 days of exciting action, we are finally ready to crown a victor. We are joined on the stage by Marin Marusic, representing SuperUnited Croatia, the Prime Minister of Croatia, Andrej Plenković, and the Executive Director of the Grand Chess Tour, Michael Khodorkovsky. Michael, you have the first word.
Thank you, Christian. Yes, it is very exciting event, and we conclude our European legs here in Zagreb with the big, exciting result of our American Grandmaster, Fabiano Caruana, who actually won second tournament in a row in this season, right after Bucharest. So he is the leader of the Grand Chess Tour 2025. So we are excited, and next two legs will be in St. Louis, United States. But we all are hoping to come back to Zagreb, and it would be our 6th anniversary event. Especially, it would be very exciting because it would be our 10th anniversary of the Grand Chess Tour. And I would like to thank for hospitality Prime Minister Plenković, as well as our sponsors, SuperUnited, and I give this microphone to Chairman of the Organizing Committee and President of Superbet Foundation here in the Republic of Croatia, Marin Marusic.
Thank you, Michael, and again, welcome to Croatia. I'm very pleased that we welcome Grand Chess Tour in Croatia. This is our 5th time, as Mr. Michael said. It's a very important event for Croatia. As you all know, Croatia is a big popular tourist country, And a big thank to Prime Minister Plenković, who is our guest for the 5th time. He never missed a tournament. Hopefully we'll see each other on the 6th tournament in Zagreb and on and on. And congratulations to Mr. Caruana. I'm very happy. And as I see a lot of points ahead of other players, really from the bottom of the heart, congratulations. And I would ask Mr. Plenković if you can do the honor of presenting the trophy to the winner.
Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations to Grandmaster Caruana. Thank you for being again in Croatia. Big thanks to Mr. Hodorkovsky and the entire organization of the Grand Chess Tour. It's been a privilege that Zagreb was for the 5th time in a row the host of this time Rapid and Blitz. Great performances of top 10 players, thanks to Mr. Marušić and all the sponsors. Croatian government is honored to be supporting this tournament in partnership with our friend and a Croatian citizen, Gari Kasparov, already for 5 years. This is an event that brings incredible added value to the popularity of chess, of this fantastic game, especially among the youth, among ladies, and it has been really a great tool for the promotion of chess and everything that it brings to each and every one on the long run in terms of strategy, decision making, and enjoying this great game. Compliments to you. I was watching recently this latest game, fantastic. It shows probably how you won the majority of the games in this tournament, and I wish you a lot of success for the rest of the season. All the best. Thank you.
Please.
And this is the SuperUnited trophy.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Thank you. Please.
Fabiano, absolutely mesmerizing performance throughout these 5 days. You're winning back-to-back Grand Chess Tour events, and you're matching a record as well. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I had quite a bit of luck, of course, but very happy with my play as well. And yeah, the last day was mostly about chasing Magnus's record, which I almost managed, but I realized at some point that it's just so difficult. I mean, to collect points when everyone wants to beat you is really tough.
It seems in recent times you have upped your game in terms of rapid time format. What did you do differently?
I think I've been hearing this for like the last 5 years or something. Yeah, I think sometimes things come together, and it's not always that my performances are good, but in the last year or so, my performances in Rapid and Blitz have been sometimes quite decent.
For your fans here in Croatia and around the world, and for all the sponsors and supporters of the Grand Chess Tour, please, your words.
Should I?
Sure.
Yeah, would like to thank all the organizers and sponsors, everyone who made this possible, SuperUnited, and yeah, it was a great event. I was really happy to be here. I'm already in Zagreb so many years, and it's always a pleasure to be in the city. And I thank you as well, Mr. Prime Minister, for supporting chess. I think it's great when you see even in the government that there's a love for chess, and as chess players we also appreciate it. And I was also very happy to see all the fans and people coming to watch. You know, already last year I noticed there was a huge amount of fans, and as well this year, and it was a pleasure to see. And yeah, thank you.
Fabiano, once again, congratulations. You are the 2024 SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz here in Croatia champion.
Thank you.
For last moment, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian. And congratulations. We have to add our congratulations to Fabiano. And thank you to the Prime Minister of Croatia to come out and present the trophy. That's very, very impressive.
Yes, and on that note, let's check out the final standings in Croatia.
With the point breakdowns.
Fabiano Caruana picked up 13 points and prize money of $40,000. Wesley So, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Alireza Firouzja all shared second place and netted $25,000 and 8.33 Grand Chess Tour points. Nepomniachtchi ended with fifth place and $15,000 richer.
Now that I'm seeing those 8.33 Grand Chess points, I'm more than curious if we do have our Grand Chess Tour standings. And if we do,
Yeah, here we see Fabiano Caruana with an outstanding summer so far. He has 22.25 grand chess top points. He's $108,000, 750 pounds richer. Alireza Firouzja, 83,750. Also there in 17.58 grand chess top points. Pragnananda in third place. Gukesh is in fourth place, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in fifth place.
As we prepare to say our goodbyes, I want to say thanks so much to you, Jovi, and to you, Miro. It's such a great pleasure to be calling all the action as we congratulate yet again
Fabiano Caruana,
wow.
champion, putting out a sterling performance. Winner in Superbet Classic Bucharest. Just classy champion in SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz. And wow, what a performance. It's been a marvelous event. I'd like to thank everyone in the studio and the production team for just navigating the whole event and just dealing with
Sticking
us.
with it.
Thank you everyone for joining in, watching every move. Thank you very much. And well, the chess moves to St. Louis and it returns in August.
See you next time.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.